morning, everyone. Please take your seats. We'll be getting started in just very shortly. If you need translations or headsets or any assistance, our volunteers are here to help.
Good morning. Will the speakers for the first panel please come to the stage? Sami Kasmi. Please. Good morning. Welcome again to the Sulaimani Forum. Our first panel today is Northeast Syria and Implications for the Region, moderated by Sami Kasmi. Sami.
Thank you. صباح الخير. للعام الثاني على التوالي أجد نفسي في العراق، في السليمانية تحديداً، بدعوة كريمة من السيد الرئيس الدكتور برهم صالح، مشكوراً. هذه المدينة التي نتعلم منها دائماً تلاقح الأفكار وثقافة الحوار واحترام الاختلاف. في هذه الجلسة سنناقش التحولات التي تطرأ على شمال شرق سوريا وانعكاساتها على مستقبل القضية الكردية والمنطقة. يسعدني أن أرحب بمعالي وزير الخارجية الأسبق هشيار زيباري، مرحبا بك.
أهلا وسهلا.
وأرحب بالسيدة إلهام أحمد، الرئيسة المشتركة لدائرة العلاقات الخارجية للإدارة الذاتية السورية، مرحبا بك.
شكرا.
وأرحب بالدبلوماسي الأمريكي بيتر غالبريث، مرحبا بك. دعني أبدأ معك معالي الوزير انطلاقا من الاتفاق المبدئي الذي وقع بين قوات سوريا الديمقراطية وأحمد الشرع الرئيس الانتقالي في سوريا. كيف يبدو لك وضع القضية الكردية السورية؟
شكرا أخي سامي. في البداية أشكر أخي وصديقي ورفيق دربي الدكتور برهم صالح وملتقى السليمانية والجامعة الأمريكية والدكتور بلال على دعوتنا لهذا المنتدى العزيز على قلبي شخصيا. بخصوص سؤالك، حقيقة الاتفاق الذي حصل بين السيد مظلوم عبدي والسيد أحمد الشرع وبدعم من أصدقائنا وحلفائنا الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وفرنسا، ودعمنا أيضا كان خطوة مهمة جدا في سبيل أن يكون لأكراد سوريا دور في رسم مستقبل سوريا. طبعا هذا الإعلان كان مجرد البداية، وسوريا في 8 ديسمبر صار فيها زلزال سياسي ليس على سوريا ولكن على عموم المنطقة، وجميع الدول المحيطة بسوريا ستتأثر بشكل أو بآخر بهذا التحول الكبير الذي لم يكن يدور في بال أحد. أنا أتذكر كنت في مؤتمر مهم في إحدى دول الخليج في 15 نوفمبر 17 نوفمبر، كل القوى الدولية وممثليهم كانوا حاضرون في هذا الملتقى، ولم تطرح قضية سوريا على المؤتمر إطلاقا، وكأن الوضع اعتيادي وطبيعي. ولكن بعد فترة وجيزة منذ إعلان وقف إطلاق النار بين إسرائيل وحزب الله في 27 نوفمبر بدأت عملية ردع العدوان في سوريا، وتراكمت الأحداث إلى أن صار التغيير. فنحن حقيقة أمام مرحلة مفصلية في تحديد سوريا الجديدة، كيف ستكون سوريا الجديدة بعكس سوريا القديمة بعد 50 عام من سياسات التدخلات الخارجية والإقليمية والقمع الداخلي والاضطراب في المنطقة. نعتقد أن سوريا حاليا وبهاي الخطوات التي تقوم بها السلطات والتي ليست مكتملة باعتقادنا، يعني تحتاج إلى الشمولية والانفتاح أكثر، ولكن هذه فقط البداية أنا في تقديري.
سيدة إلهام، السوريون رحبوا بهذا الاتفاق كثيرا، شاهدناهم على وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي على الشاشات وكل هذه الأمور. هل بدأ فعليا تنفيذ الاتفاق الذي وقع بين أحمد الشرع ومظلوم عبدي، خصوصا فيما يتعلق بدمج قوات سوريا الديمقراطية والإدارة الذاتية في الدولة السورية؟
بداية أنا أيضا أريد أن أتشكر الأخ العزيز برهم صالح على هذه الدعوة وهذه الجمعة الحلوة حقيقة. يعني بخصوص الاتفاق بإمكاني قول بأن هذا الاتفاق حقيقة بالنسبة لي في تاريخ سوريا بالأساس وبالنسبة لمصير الكرد والمكونات الأخرى في سوريا كان جدا اتفاق مهم، حيث يعني الاتفاق أسقط جميع الاتهامات الأخرى التي كنا نتعرض لها ككرد في سوريا. وكمشروع إدارة ذاتية دائما تم اتهامنا بالانفصال والتقسيم وإلى ما هنالك من اتهامات، فهذا الاتفاق أسقط هذه الاتهامات بالكامل. لذلك نعتبرها نقطة تاريخية مفصلية في تاريخ سوريا. من الآن فصاعدا، يعني من بعد الاتفاق وما بعد، متابعته جدا مهم. أيضا حاليا تم الوصول إلى تشكيل لجان الحوار بإمكاني القول، لجان الحوار كي تناقش تفاصيل هذه البنود. نعم، تتحاور حول بنود الاتفاق، كيفية تنفيذها، آلية تنفيذها، بأي آليات سيتم تنفيذها. حاليا نحن في هذه المرحلة، بالتالي من الآن فصاعدا يعني تقريبا بنهاية هذا الشهر ممكن أن تحدث اللقاءات، وحتى الآن حدثت تفاهمات متعددة بما يخص أحياء الشيخ مقصود، بما يخص سد تشرين، النقاط العالقة التي كانت موجودة. بالتالي هناك تفاهمات، ومن الآن فصاعدا نأمل بأنه ونحن حقيقة نتأمل من فيما بعد بأن يكون هناك تفاهمات أعمق بما يخص العملية الدستورية، بما يخص العملية السياسية، وبما يخص عملية إعادة بناء سوريا من جديد. فنحن نرى أنفسنا شركاء مهمين وجادين في عملية إعادة بناء سوريا.
على ذكرك للعملية الدستورية، ودعني أسأل سيد بيتر فيما يتعلق بصمود هذا الاتفاق. هل تعتقد أن الاتفاق بين مظلوم عبدي والرئيس الانتقالي في سوريا سيصمد أم ثمة شكوك حول ذلك، خصوصا وأن الأكراد توجسوا بعد الإعلان الدستوري وقالوا أنه يخالف روح الاتفاق.
Declaration because it was
I didn't quite get the entire question, but I'm quite used to being on television, including some of your programs, and answering, even if I don't hear the question, providing an answer. So I'll go ahead anyhow. Most of your guests, that's the way many of your guests do, and I often find quite often the presenter doesn't care. I'm sure it's different here. But I want to begin, like everybody else, by thanking my friend of 34 years, Dr. Barham, and to also be in this wonderful university that he has been the founder of, and so many other people have participated, and to see so many friends. I'd like to just step back a minute and describe the first time that I went to Rojava, which was on March 29th, 30th, 1991. And I was en route to Dahok, where I was meeting up with the late, great Jalal Talabani. And it was during the uprising, and the Iraqi army was, in fact, attacking Dahok, and they took it the next morning. But the point I'm making is that if you traveled from Rojava into Kurdistan, the physical difference between the two places was not that great. You make the same trip today, and I do this 2 or 3 times a year, the physical difference between what you see in Iraqi Kurdistan and what you see in Rojava is huge in terms of infrastructure, buildings, agriculture, everything. And there are many reasons for it, but one extremely important reason is that since 1991, and particularly since 2005, Kurdistan has been running its own affairs. It has Iraqi Kurdistan. It has, in fact, been de facto an independent state. And that has enabled the people of Kurdistan in security and peace to invest in their own country. Now, in the case, and Rojava has been...
The agreement, it will exist and resist between Madlum Abdi and Ahmed Shara?
No, I'm going to come to that, because it's really quite important to understand the thinking that goes into it, because northeast Syria was the most neglected part of Syria. And so if you are trying to think of what a solution is going to be, how this is going to develop, you need to have that framework in mind. Now, I want to say one other thing. There are some very significant similarities between the situation in Rojava today and what it was in Kurdistan just after the fall of Saddam. There was, again, the Kurds have been governing themselves for 11 years here, 12 years in Rojava. But there's also a very important difference. In the negotiations on the Iraqi constitution,
yes,
Kurdistan wanted to have the maximum amount of power for Kurdistan and the minimal amount of power for the federal government in Baghdad, because every single Iraqi Kurd I've met has always wanted an independent state, an independent country. And that includes the 4 Kurdish presidents of Iraq. But I have never met a Syrian Kurd who wants to have an independent state. They want to be part of Syria, and that is a critical difference. But the question is, how are they going to be part of Syria? And following up on this agreement, which was in very general forms, how do you reconcile a part of Syria, northeast Syria, which has its own political system, strict gender equality, half the elected members of the various governmental institutions are men and half are women, with one in Idlib, which is Islamist. Uh, each would like to have its own system throughout Syria. But if that's not possible, then a federal system that allows each to develop in its own way, and also, it's not just the Kurds, but protects the autonomy of the Druze.
بحماية العلويين والمسيحيين، ولكن في الجانب الآخر لديك العرب السنية العرب في المناطق المختلفة.
معالي الوزير
Mr. Excellency, Your Excellency, based on Kurdish experience in north of Iraq, how do you think the solution will be in northeast of Syria? And what is your advice for Kurdish people in Syria? Thank you very much. Actually, we only can help our brother in Syria in so many different ways. Through our experience, a modern and new experience, and our decisions to have process, identify our demand within the federal democratic unified country in Iraq. The same thing in Syria. There are political forces and FSD and other Kurdish different forces who are working. The most important and basic point is that we try to reach out and communicate with them is to make or to have a unified position. So this is the first point to start working. As we have worked in Kurdistan region, regardless to the disagreements and a civil war between us, but after that we unify our lines and our words, and we worked as a one team, Mr. Barzani and Mr. Mamjalal, and we work as one team with all different forces and international forces who were working effectively. As a point, we support their demands according to their strategy, and we stand with them, and we will stand with them and supporting them. Their demand should be and must be a realistic demands, guaranteeing the unification of Syrian country and guaranteeing their cultural and linguistic and economical rights. And we will not impose any solution on them. They have the right and the freedom to decide what is better for them. But they can take the lesson from our experience in the Kurdistan region. So that's why what we have achieved, it was a result of a long and history process from the first day of starting and building a new country in Iraq, anarchy, and after that the revelation, and Mr. Abdul Karim Qasim who announced the Kurdish and Arabic brother, and after that the two brothers, Abdul Arif, and after that the Ba'ath system and Saddam Hussein, who admit this autonomy for Kurdish people. So those points are a basic point. We built on it, and after that we have worked with opposition forces and with international forces, and we demand to have a federal system and unify Iraq, and that was write down clearly in the Iraqi constitution. More than 81% of Iraqi people approved and voted for that constitution. So I understand that they have to be patient to achieve what they want. You know, the Kurdish movement in Syria actually has its own roots. So it not happen just suddenly, and so many political parties who were working, Mr. Mullah Mustafa Barzani and Democratic Patriotic, were having a huge impacts and effects on our Kurdish people in Syria. The realistic of the way of tackling the issue is very important, and they have an important and a real opportunity to be a basic part to determine the political future of Syria, because the new system in Syria, regardless its steps, so far is not stable. Because the Kurdish forces are civil and democratic forces, they believe in democratic values, which so that's why they should be aware to not do a risk actions and dealing carefully with the circumstances and situations that they are facing. Very well. Let me ask Ms. Ilham a question about the fragments of Kurdish forces, because there was cautious and question about the disagreement between the Kurdish political forces in Syria. Do you want to repeat Iraqi Kurdistan experience or take a lesson from it? Of course, the experience of Kurdistan region in Iraq is a very important experience in the history of those countries who have a shared who have a specific system with Kurdish. So that's why we say that the Kurdistan region experience is experience that can happen in specific political situations and historical circumstance. So that's why Kurdistan region in Iraq is a region which includes the whole Kurdistan geography. For Kurdish people in Syria, the circumstance and situation is actually different. The the geopolitical circumstances and social affair actually also is different. So we are taking those points as an important point to think about it, and there are huge changes, and there are at the same time other experiences in other countries because ethnic issues are very important. So when we are looking to the situation in Syria, you can see there are different components and a different culture in Syria. So this kind of adversity is very important to draw the political system in Syria and determine the future and the fate of Kurdish people in Syria in this situation to guarantee our needs and our rights completely in the Syrian constitution is very important. So that's why let's think or mention or refer to the centralic system we're controlling so many countries. Those systems appear in a specific and a political and historical situation, but accompanied by so many crises which impact the countries and the society, and at the end of the day led to war and civil war and armed conflict. So that's why those strict centralized systems do not solve this issue, but will deepen the crisis and the issue. So that's why we prefer a decentralized system and guarantees the whole right of all different components in Syria. I will come back to you to talk about federally and decentralized system, but let me ask you, Mr. Peter, based on your long experience in the region, what are the mistakes the Kurdistan region and Iraq committed, and what are those mistakes that the Kurdish in Syria should avoid it and not repeat it? هنالك قائمة طويلة بالأخطاء التي تم اقترافها ويجب أن لا يتم تكرارها مرة أخرى. وعندما أتحدث مع زملائي
Kashir, I think, stressed the most important point, which is to be unified. The success that the Kurds had here was the unity. I would say sometimes it's just the temporary unity, but at least as they went into that critical phase 2003, 2004, 2005, they maintained the unity. And both Bashar and Barham and others were very important players. Barham was responsible for the Kurdish veto being in the temporary law, which gave the Kurds the power to get what they wanted. And that was working with Kak Massoud and the KDP. So that's a very important point. They haven't maintained that unity always. In northeast Syria, there's been an inability to have unity between the KNC and the PYD. That is a major issue. So that certainly is one. The second issue I would focus on is how the Constitution is written. Shara would like to have a constitution written by people appointed by him and then submitted to a referendum. Critical to what happened here was that the Constitution was written by the elected representatives of the Iraqi people. That is something that is the democratic way to do it. It's also the only way to effectively represent the mosaic of Syria against Kurds, Druze, Alawites, Christians, secular people, religious people. So it would be important to focus on that. And then the final point I'd make, I think almost everybody agrees that the Kurds, as they approached the constitutional negotiations, they were much better prepared than anybody else, and that was part of their success. And the most important part of being prepared is to define what you want. If you don't know what you want, you're not going to get that. And so that is another lesson that needs to be taken. Actually figure out what you want and then advance it and make the argument for it. And in the case of Syria, it's a very simple argument. It's an argument to hold Syria together. The issue here was for the Kurds, they always wanted a separate state. But in Syria, that is not, and so people fear that federalism here would lead to the breakup of Iraq. But federalism in Syria is likely to keep Syria together.
معالي الوزير، الجماعات الكردية في سوريا اتفقت مؤخرا على رؤية سياسية شاملة تضمن نظام اتحادي ربما فيدرالي تعددي ديمقراطي. باعتقادك هل هذا يخدم مصلحة سوريا في الوقت الراهن؟
شكرا. هو هناك فهم خاطئ بالنسبة لمفهوم الفيدرالية أو الدولة الاتحادية. الفيدرالية هي دولة اتحادية، دولة واحدة وليست دولتين، ولدينا العديد من تجارب العالم الناجحة في الأنظمة الفيدرالية. أعتقد
I believe,
كما ذكرت في
as you mentioned,
جوابي لسؤالك
and as I
السابق،
mentioned in my recent answer to your question, in Iraq we actually
حتى على
had a very long historical process, even with our relation with as a Kurdish forces. We had a document with the Iraqi forces when we were working as opposition and fighting Islamic left, so many different political parties. We were understanding as Kurdish demands, but in Syria there is a separation, not a separation, a differentiation, and of course it was exist and present in Iraq. Our brothers in Syria have inclusive and an original view, and because they have their own red line, this kind of sensitivity was not exist when we were working and fighting the dictatorship system. So I think there are other political forces in Syrian society. But I will repeat and say for the first time, that the declaration that announced between by Mr. Shara and Muslim Abdi, there was a mentioning of Kurdish people, and there were for the first time. So I think we can consider it as a gain for Kurdish people. For that's why the new political leadership in Syria aware of the complicity and implication of the political situation in Syria, because now we are living in a small village in all the world. The reality in so that's why is the reality of Kurdish cases or Kurdish question in Syria. Sometimes it's complex because you have on the other side Turkey, and sometimes, especially in Syria, sometimes it's possible to have a conflict between Syria and between Turkey and Israel and Syria. So that's why the mission for our brothers and sisters in Syria is not easy, but we are ready to support them and do anything to help them to overcome these kind of obstacles. But I am agree with my Peter. The most important thing to find a good exit for Syria is a constitution.
سيدة إلهام الرئيس أحمد الشرع
Ms. Ilham, Ahmed Shara is against federalism, and he says that they do not have any public, let's say, support for it, and it's not in the benefit of Syria. Your focus on federalism or decentralization, maybe it will end with conflict with Damascus, don't you think? This is not the first time that we see a request for decentralization. And even in the 50s, we had requests, and also even before the French, revolution, they asked. So Syria has experiences in decentralization, and now refusing decentralization means going into new conflicts. We do not want new conflicts. Syrians, they've seen enough of wars and conflict and immigration, and so we are focused on and insist on to have a political system in Syria with common and this is the management of Damascus. They requested and they recommended the new constitution, and at this level we are still discussing with them, but also we have requests to have input into creating the new Syrian constitution and to be primary contributors to build the new Syria. These risks, unfortunately, do happen if the new management do not study and focus on this topic. At this moment, the Druze people and the Alawi people, the moderate Sunnis, and there is also communism in Syria, and the Christians as well. So the majority in Syria, they're asking for a decentralized Syria. Do you have statistics in that? We cannot have a centralized and one person and one entity to be in charge of Syria. When we talk about the majority, do we have an assessment? Do we have a statistic? Do we have any to see that the majority want this? The political majority defines that. We saw what happened at the Gulf. There were massacres. Why? Because there is conflict and vengeance. That means the previous regime, and when they created and rooted all of this vengeance and hatred. This led to civil war, and the new management tried to continue in this way, and they wanted to impose on people what the previous regime did. Of course, there will be a new conflict. What is Plan B? What is Plan B for you? If Ahmed Shara, the new management, the new leadership, the federal one, do you have Plan B, and can you share that? At the moment, the reality, the Druze people, they are they are an area that is outside of the control of the government. Northeast of Syria, they have centralized leadership, and even in Idlib area and many other areas. So it means that the reality is creating a new reality for a new plan and a new strategy. So we try to safeguard and keep what is already there, and we will contribute in the process, and we will try to insist on this, so we would not need Plan B or C. Mr. Peter, Israel is requesting to transform Syria into a federal and a centralized system. And this is a question that has been requested. Maybe the requests of the Kurdish people has some question marks. Maybe this will serve external agendas and not the benefits of Syrian people. هذه في الحقيقة هي أمر غير واقعي لأن الإسرائيل
personally I haven't even seen it, but this is just a way to slander a process. The fact is that decentralization or federalism, because it really is federalism, is something that is desired by the people of northeast Syria. You asked about the statistics. Well, by my calculation, about 40% of Syria's population is not Sunni Arab. They're Kurds, Christians, Alawites, Druze. And of the 60% that might be Sunni Arab, many of them are not Islamist. As Ilham pointed out, they're communists, they're secular people. So the idea that one particular ideology coming out of Idlib, led by somebody who used to be ISIS and used to be Al-Qaeda, could somehow control Syria is something that is not in the interest of the people of Syria, and frankly, not in the interest of the rest of the world. Those are the facts. Mm-hmm. And how do we solve this? Well, you don't have a public opinion poll, if there aren't any. You have an election. You do it by proportional representation, and you see what emerges. But I think what you'll find is that what emerges is going to be very diverse, and then you need a system that accommodates everybody.
سيد زباري، يعني دول المنطقة تركيا حتى دمشق كما كنا نتحدث ترفض
Turkey and even maybe in Turkey or Tehran, they think what is requested by Kurdish people of Syria, they are trying to segregate and trying to but this is what is your comment on that? This perception is there for the people in the neighboring countries. We have empires, Turkish empires, Persian empires, and they have a long history in this area. And just like a lot of people said yesterday, and the future of these countries are to come together on stability and development and flourishing. The Kurdish, Persian, Turkish, Arabs all should come together. Our experience, yes, when we had the first election in 1992, it was a shock for the people in the region and countries in the region, how Kurdish people in this region that is protected, how they are going to decide on their future. That's why we had some collision with Syrian, Turkish, Iranian, and Iraqi, collision and cooperation, and this is for benefiting their future and to ensure their future, and from building our institution. And I will say this in front of you and everyone else: what we were achieved from 1991 until now, this is the longest period of Kurdish leadership for themselves. This is the longest leadership that we've had. We've had a lot of conflicts and wars internally, but we cannot deny that. But once again, and also by the support of our American friends, and now for the first time ever, we went into the federalism in this agreement. But in the practical experience, we depended on our neighboring countries of Turkish and Iranian and Syrian. We will not be a contributing threat. We will protect their benefits. We will protect their, we were able to build our relationship once again with Turkey. We have mutual benefits and mutual interests, and we had a meeting with the federal government as well. And until now, we're still, having small discussions here and there, or conflict of interest. This is not a threat to them. This is, since we're in the same country, anything that the people will decide on it, I think this is the best solution to go forward with. Maybe just a follow-up question. Do you think federalism of Kurdish people in Iraq, do you think this is in the interest of Kurdish people to have all of them in one country? Maybe this will help the biggest or bigger Kurdistan, and I'm responsible for that. But this is, practically and also experience-wise, this is something different. When we wanted to have a separate country, and we wanted to have the referendum, then we had to go back to the Iraqi legislation and laws. For example, like Turkey, we have a very peaceful political, after having the president of the PKK, Abdullah Öcalan, and this brought more, weight and stability to the Kurdistan region, and also to solve these conflicts with Sunnis and with other entities. And we are not supporting any kind of conflict or any kind of conflict between any entities, because people will get hurt and disadvantaged. They say that the American withdrawal from northeast Syria would be in 2 months. If that happens, what is your plans to fill in this gap, this American gap? Between every now and then, some information like this gets published, and they say that Americans will withdraw, and we have in the international partnership and a collision, the forces that we have, there's small numbers, and they're just, regarding the withdrawal that they talk about, we usually focus on our internal forces and political and military as well. and from now on, this will be our option. But to have more partnerships and more collisions would be beneficial. We want to get to end some of the matters that are at hand with some neighboring countries like Turkey. Turkey have been always the upper hand on us, or infiltrating our country, even in an indirect way. We've had sometimes even directly, and we want to solve that conflict and to reach understandings. This is very important for us, is to get to some solutions and to resolutions that will get us to more peace and stability. And maybe there are other options. These other options, Israel said the American withdrawal from northeast Syria will, maybe they will, this movement, specific movement, will have to, do something. Do we see a Kurdish-Israeli collision? We don't want again to Syria to become a ground for conflicts, for future conflicts, to have more stability and to build a political system. This is what we want. This is what we work towards. Building partnerships with neighboring countries. They are in conflict with each other. To be able to save Syria and to get it out of that conflict zone, and that's why our relationships with neighboring countries is important, and we're working towards having more peaceful. We are working towards peace, including Israel. We want peace. This is something very important. Peter, how do we see the neighboring interests if American withdrawals and their impact on Kurdish people there?
I don't know.
في الحقيقة أنا لا أعرف إذا الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية لدينا إدارة تريد هذه
It's hard for me to believe that Donald Trump wishes to leave Syria in the hands of an organization that was so recently affiliated with ISIS and Al-Qaeda, Al-Qaeda being the people who attacked the United States, in fact, Donald Trump's home city of New York. But I think there's a second point, which is the SDF is both larger, has more women and men under arms, and better weapons than the HTS. It is the largest military force, largest Syrian military force today. Now, that may change, but at least at the moment, it's in a strong position. Now, turning to the neighbors, particularly to Turkey, I'm very much reminded of an incident that I was part of in 1988, which is in April of 1988, Jalal Talabani, and I think, Hoshiyar, you were with him, came to the United States. I arranged for them to see a low-level person at the State Department. The next day, Kenan Evren, the military dictator of Turkey, came, and he was furious that the State Department had seen Kurdish terrorists, namely Jalal Talabani and Hoshiyar Zebari. And there was a ban on meeting the Kurds that lasted through 1991. Where is Turkey today? It is the largest investor in Iraqi Kurdistan. In fact, the guests here have been staying in what hotel? The Rotana, Turkish hotel. Turkey's built the airports. It's every place here. And there's a great relationship between the two. So, I think that Turkey will find, incidentally, it built a pipeline without permission from Baghdad. So there is the potential, particularly if there's peace between the PKK and Turkey, as one hopes there will be, that, in fact, with regard to Syria, that northeast Syria will be a partner with its neighbor. Now, that's the most important of the neighbors. Obviously, Iraq, the Iraqi Kurdistan, and northeast Syria ought to have better relationship. It hasn't been always so good, but there's a common interest. Jordan would have good relations. And there's Israel. Well, Israel has encroached on the territory of Syria, even beyond the Golan Heights. Clearly, it needs to go back as part of any peace agreement. And then, if there's going to be a full peace agreement, it's probably going to have to be on the basis of land for peace, just as it was with regard to the Sinai. But hopefully there will be a peace agreement between Syria and Israel, normal diplomatic relations. And, this conflict goes back to 1948. It's before almost everybody in this room was born. So isn't it time to end it?
معالي الوزير، إذا كنت تريد أن تعلق على مسألة الانسحاب الأمريكي، كيف سيؤثر ذلك على سوريا بشكل عام والأكراد بشكل خاص، لأنه الآن واضح أنه الخوف من الصراع التركي الإسرائيلي على الأرض السورية.
نعم، شكرا. حقيقة هذا الخوف موجود دائما، لأن هذا التواجد كان محكوم بمكافحة محاربة داعش، سواء في سوريا أو في العراق عندنا. طبعا داعش لا زالت موجودة قائمة بشكل أو بآخر، وداعش لما أتت إلينا أتت من سوريا في 2014 بسبب غياب السلطة على جميع
because of lack of different difficulties from there. And this was a request from us to ask for the international coalition to help us in Iraq. Samarra was under threat, and other governorates were under threat. I remember these days. That's why, because this role, they had a pivotal role and moment to defeat ISIS. It happened in front of us in Iraq and Syria, and the first frontline defense we had was that. And the possibility of decreasing maybe the American presence, but withdrawal is impossible because of the development in the region. Any kind of ruler in United States, they have their own calculations, and I personally maybe decreasing, but I refuse the American withdrawal, even when Mohammed Shia Suldani yesterday mentioned, because of the developments that happened in Kurdistan region, maybe those advisors, they will stay longer. Miss Ilham, till what level Kurdish people want to get under the umbrella of Abdullah Öcalan and to be involved more in Syria management and leadership? I think this is related to Turkey, and these are based on principles, and this is life, structure, and based on culture as well. I think solving this issue within the Syria territory is our goal from the beginning. Turkey has a role in the matter of imposing on Syrian and Syrian Kurds, especially in the in getting into the. From the beginning, Turkey has involved itself in the Syrian politics and matters, and we have some unification between, or some matters we need to solve as Syrians between the Kurds, the Arabs, and every other ethnicity. This is a war matter, and we don't need any. Our goal and objective is to have a decentralized Syria, a diverse Syria, and also an inclusive Syria. So, solving these issues with Damascus and also to get into the political system and to also safeguard the rights of the Kurdish people and also all of the other ethnicities. Peter, what are the dimensions that the Kurdish people in Syria are expecting, and what is the future of the Kurdish cause in Syria? In brief, please.
Well, first,
أولا
it's for the
آه،
Kurdish people of
هذه عائدة لأكراد سوريا. ماذا يريدون؟ ما هي الأمور التي يحتاجونها؟ وأنا
But if you talk about what would be normal in terms of federalism or autonomy, there are a few things are fairly obvious. First, they would want to retain their current institutions, the autonomous administration, their current rules, gender equality. They would want to control their own educational system. They would want to control their police and security forces. They would want to be controlling the local economy. And incidentally, these are very normal things in a federal system. It's not just what would exist in Syria, it's what exists in the United States. You know, there's one state in America that has the civil code. Every other state has the common code. There were different rules for divorce in different states in the United States. So the different systems of taxation. So this is just a normal, and the police is local in the United States, and the United States is quite a centralized federal state. So, you know, these are just the normal aspirations. People want to control their own destiny, and yet they also want to be part of Greater Syria. And that brings a final point I'd make, which is if Shara wants to be inclusive, he should include people from these other communities, not just some Kurd who he chooses. You know, when I went to Baghdad in 1987, I met the Kurdish deputy speaker of the Iraqi parliament. At the same time, the Anfal was going on. He didn't represent the Kurds. If you want to have a Kurd or several Kurdish ministers, you ask the people in northeast Syria to choose who they are. You don't choose it. If you want a Christian, you ask the Christian community to choose. That's the way in which you become inclusive. That, incidentally, is what's happened in Iraq. So the cabinet didn't include, at post-2003, didn't include as a foreign minister some Kurd chosen by the prime minister. It included Hoshio Zebari, who was chosen by the Kurdistan government. That's the way you get to inclusivity. So it's twofold. You choose your own people to run your own affairs, and you participate in the central government or the federal government in Damascus.
شكرا لك سيد بيتر. السيدة إلهام، معالي الوزير هشيار زباري، شكرا لكم على كل ما تفضلتم به وعلى رحابة صدركم. هذا ما سمح به الوقت. شكرا للحضور الكريم.
Thank you very much, everyone else, the guests for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our panelists.
شكرا جزيلا لأعضاء الجلسة.
Ladies and gentlemen,
السيدات والسادة، رجاء ابقوا في مقاعدكم وأماكنكم. سوف تبدأ الجلسة التالية بعد قليل. الضيوف الكرام، الجلسة التالية سوف تبدأ بعد قليل. الرجاء البقاء في
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats. Our next panel is beginning momentarily. Dear guests, please remain in your seats, and our panelists, please welcome to the stage. Our panelists, please come closer to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. Our next panel is beginning shortly. Dear guests, please remain in your seats. Our next panel is beginning momentarily. Our panelists, please welcome to the stage. as we're approaching Iraq's parliamentary elections this November, our next panel discussion is titled Iraq's Political Scene, moderated by Arwa Damon. Please welcome our panelists once again. I'm going to repeat the title.
Okay, we're going to begin the panel. Please sit. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. We're going to begin the panel now. If you're in the front row and you're not seated, we'd really appreciate it if you took your seat. Thank you very, very much. In the interest of time, we'd like everyone to take their seats so we can begin this panel. Thank you very much. Okay, our next panel is on Iraq's political scene in the upcoming elections. It's moderated by Arwa Damon. Arwa, please introduce your panel.
I think you have to press 1, 2, 3. Oh, there we go. That's much better. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. And if we could all just settle down, please, that would be fantastic. So this panel is meant to be focusing on Iraq's political scene, which obviously is multi-tiered, multi-layered, and encompasses many challenges in and of itself. What we're going to try to do is explore the evolving landscape of various different alliances, and also how emerging movements may challenge established blocs. The other challenge that Iraq faces is obviously how external actors end up influencing the political landscape. And there's one more topic of conversation that I would like to add to our discussion, and that is how the younger generation currently feels about the situation when it comes to Iraqi politics, and also whether or not their voice is genuinely being heard and what needs to do to change that. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Arwa Damon. I am a former CNN senior international correspondent. I covered Iraq starting in 2003, spending a lot of time here. And I'm currently the president and the founder of INARA, which is a nonprofit, the International Network for Aid, Relief, and Assistance. Joining me today is Dr. Laith Kubba, a long-time person who, on many occasions, we have gone to for fantastic political analysis. Ms. Zahra Al-Sadr, who is a member of the Political Bureau for the Al-Haqma National Movement. Thank you so much for joining us. Sheikh Jamal Al-Dari, the president of the Iraq National Project. Lahib Haigal is senior researcher for Iraq at the International Crisis Group. And Mr. Ali Hamah Saleh was the president of the National Stance Movement. Before coming to try to address this topic, I actually spoke to friends of mine in Baghdad who are members of the Tishreen movement, or rather, they were members of the Tishreen movement. And one of the people who I was talking to is a young woman who remembers very clearly the years of her middle school and high school experience in Baghdad. She remembers the bombs and the bullets and the fear. She was a part of that era of youth that actually lived through and tried to overcome, in perhaps a very different way than many people sitting in this room, the complete and total shredding and disintegration of everything that she knew to be real. She was also a part of the Tishreen movement, going out and protesting for a better Iraq. She had friends who were killed. And when I was telling her that I was coming here today to have this conversation with these guests and that I would be in this space, she asked if I could point out a couple of things. She said, and this is something that I have observed myself over the years, that for the youth, for Iraq's young adults, the gap is enormous between them and the political systems that exist and the politicians. She said, please don't use my name, because I am worried that if you do use my name in connection with certain political views, I might get in trouble. She pointed out that there are some legislations that are causing people to feel as if they have actually lost their ability for freedom of speech, especially if they're expressing views that are perceived as being against politicians and militias. And she highlighted that there are still waiting for justice for the 800 who were killed and forgotten. So, Sheikh Jamal al-Dari, I would like to start this with you, because one of the other things that she and others have pointed out, and we are all well aware of the sort of broad strokes of various different political platforms, is that even though Iraq right now is open for investment and the enhancement of the political situation, and yes, there has been some progress that has been made, there are no concrete plans as to how to support youth projects, how to support the unemployment, and how to actually support the private sector. And there is a hunger among the population to actually hear more than rhetoric, but begin to understand what specific roadmaps are. So what, sir, is yours?
شكرا جزيلا. هذه الفرصة وشكر حيث قامت الرئيس على هذه الدعوة الكريمة.
This invitation, I would like to congratulate Halabja for becoming a governorate, and also to congratulate the Hawk football team that they were able to win the golf cup and for clubs, and I would like to express a national vision. This vision is, I think, it's missing in the political system at the moment. After 2003, the country was divided into too many ethnicities and sects, and we heard from Hosha Zabari. They had a special case after 2003, and after that, they had more stability. But the problem is, the true problem was what was happening to the Arabs in Iraq, that they were divided by sects to Sunnis and Shias, and this segregation was not balanced, but it was given to a sect over the other. And what I want to say and express is that the political system that was supposed to be democratic was built on the debris of cleaning and cleansing and true reform of the Iraqi society, and to establishing of the governmental pillars, and then the political situation became a democratic situation. All of this had a lot of weight and on the youth and on the society until we got to Tishreen movement, and their main slogan was that they were looking for a country. They did not find a country, and people were graduating, youth were graduating from universities, and their major goal was to get a job, and this was a dream, especially for them to, in the public sector, to have a life that this was not available, unfortunately. And this was a slogan and a poster in Tishreen that this dream does not exist, which is the country. And after that, after Tishreen, they were given the responsibility that there is not their responsibility. Some of them were drawn into the political system and elections to be part of the parliament, but the truth is This is like a club of businessmen in the parliament, and were elected that they were representing the Iraqi people. But we have now this political system, and now the parliament receives the resolutions from the leadership of the country and of the government, already well prepared, and the framework from our Shia brothers, they had the coordinating framework and this movement and party, and they also get involved in the parliamentarian resolutions and decisions, and this is including most of the Arab people of Iraq, how the youth can achieve their objectives, how they will have an opportunity to compete with others and to express what they think is right, especially when we have this openness to social media, to they follow up, they are well aware, they know how to reach out, and they know Gulf countries, they are part of the Arabic nation, and now they are competing with the well-developed countries in AI and in the investment sectors, and also the investment of human resources.
Maybe we'll get back to
ربما سوف نعود إلى السؤال في هذا ربما هل هنالك خارطة طريق لحل هذه المشاكل؟ هل هنالك خارطة طريق مقترحة؟ We have a roadmap that we think that was built from 2003. There is an opportunity to do reform, especially it has to be Iraqi, 100%. Iraqis now, they need a national discussion that any previous points, this national discussion will give the opportunity for Iraqis to draw the political scene that they need, and also will give an opportunity not only to hear from the political sector that has been developed since 2003, but we have unions, a lot of unions that could be, we have chambers, we have CSOs, active CSOs, and we all worked on this, and we planned the national Iraqi program, and if we don't have the sect issue to become a national issue, we will have a lot of problem in the future to keep the country as an Iraq. What is actually concerns me is keeping Iraq as one in the future more than the political scene. So I think we should have a roadmap that will hear the youth. And نعم يجب أن يكون هنالك نقاش وطني وحوار وطني. سوف أنتقل إلى الست زهراء الصدر، وأيضا عندما نتكلم عن الأمور إذا كانوا العراقيين جزءا من جيل حضرتك أو الجيل الشباب، وما هي دوركم في العملية، ما هي قانون الموقف السياسي هنالك التي قانون الأحوال الشخصية التي تسمح للزواج المبكر، وأيضا
to punish those who carried out violations against women. And she specifically wanted me to ask you directly, would you marry off your daughter or your granddaughter at that young of an age? What would you say to her and to other women, girls who have the same concerns about their rights in the future?
بداية شكرا على الدعوة الكريمة من دكتور برهم ودكتور بلال وأستاذ ماك على الدعوة ومؤتمر. موضوع قانون الأحوال الشخصية كررنا عدة مرات أنه الموضوع هو يخص الطائفة الشيعية. الطائفة الشيعية لدينا مفاهيم مختلفة بموضوع الزواج المبكر. أنا شخصيا تزوجت بشكل مبكر، أخواتي تزوجوا بشكل مبكر. نحن لا نأخذ الموضوع بالبروباغندا أو الإطار اللي موضوع المستهدف بشكل يضرب الفكرة. لا يوجد إجبار، لا يوجد قصر بهذا الزواج. هي ثقافة في المجتمعات الشيعية وخصوصا العوائل المتدينة. من الطبيعي جدا لدينا الزواج المبكر للذكور والإناث. نحن ننظر إليه أنه حفظ للفتاة.
We are dealing our girl and daughter and working with them to build a family while they are young and youth. I don't want to talk a lot about the benefits of early marriage. I personally had this experience and I had so many benefits and I got so many benefits from it, but talking about early marriage as negative things and it's about selling and buying girls. We don't say it's not happening. Sometimes in some specific places and some specific region, maybe it's happened, but it is not an evidence about for general issue and scene. أنت تفهمين لماذا الناس يتخوفون ويتوجسون من هذا الأمر ولا يؤمنون بأن أن الدولة ستضع ثقلا على كاهل الفتاة، فالفتاة يتم تزويجها من قبل والديه وهذا ما يتوقفه منه الناس. Let's be realistic. This law, the new proposal, was actually were approved by those who are believing in a sectarian to have their own law. The worries that exist and others are actually are not following our beliefs or they are not belonging to a sectarian. So we have our court and we will have a judge with the parents of daughter and the judge will ask the girl, are you agreed to marry or not? But you will say maybe their parent will force their girl to marry out of law, out of court, and it's happening right now everywhere, but focusing on a specific point to send a wrong message about this matter, because you have a law and you have a specific implementation, because those who are taking the benefit from the law is the followers of the sectarian and they have their own condition to implement the law. But they were criticizing some topics related to sectarian. Has anyone thought about asking the girl, are you agreed to marry or not? If she was agreed to get married, why not? But if the girl said, I am not agreed to marry and I want to continue to complete my education, so it is it's an option. The girl has a right to agree or disagree. Whether this law was exist or not. So the topic and the things that we are listening to, are hearing it to through media, sometimes we can see it as a try or as an effort to hit the but there are a huge هنالك مناقشة حول المادة 17 و 18. It is true. You have speeches, but there is no topic like this. Sometimes you have an Iraqi family in this time, in these days, to force their girls to marry in 18 or 16 or 17 years. But we are mentioning some points in our Ja'farian proposal law. وهذا ما يؤدي إلى إثارة بعض المشاكل على المستوى العام، حيث هناك بعض القوى السياسية التي لا
because these sorts of issues, do end up coming up. And Mr. Ali Saleh, I want to turn to you now because your movement has sort of positioned itself as being a voice for youth to a certain degree. How do you plan to connect with disillusioned youth who are skeptical of all political actors? How do you work towards bridging this massive gap?
سپاس ئەەکەم سپاس بۆ ئەم دەرفەتە دیارە تەوەری سەرەکی و قسەکردنەکەی ئێمە لەسەر هەڵبژاردننی ئایندەی عێراقە بە پێی هەموو لێکدانەوەکان
future of Iraq. According to the calculation, the next election will be the most important election after 2003. So many voters will participate. There is a huge rivalry. There is a political conflict to the region. Also inside Iraq, people has genuine questions about election. Will the election be for change, or election will be for maintaining and renovating the mandate for the political elite governing? There is a huge concern about participation of election. Either in Kurdistan region, maybe I have my 15 years experience inside Kurdistan. I haven't participated in Iraq. There are many factors. As I say always, how the combating corruption is needed for the intervention in the judiciary system. We should have a genuine struggle for the integrity of election, because inside Iraq and Kurdistan region, when I am focusing, we are not in a fair competition. The political money has huge influence. There are political parties, they are ready to spend billions of dollars in the elections. They are using security forces and armies. Inside Kurdistan region, there is no voting in free space by the security staff and members. It is going down to the institution, and the Iraqi forces, if they have authorities, maybe they will also mingle to the headmaster and the deputy headmaster in a school. They are forcing these teachers to vote for them. I have been warned that in Erbil they told every teacher to have their voting cards. There is a fear of not voting. There is political money inside the parties. It is not public money. They have security and armies. Even now when we are talking about so many checkpoints are taking fees and taking money, forcing people to pay money for these checkpoints. If in a country the courts are not independent. I have been working in combating corruption for 15 years. I have given 170 dossiers inside the court. The only person indicted was myself. No politician, no officials of the government were not indicted for the public finance stealing. This money is used for buying people loyalty. There are money given, like $100 for one voter, so they are making voters poor to sell their votes. So we have to change this form. We should be aware about this commission. Will this commission be able to hold an integrity election with integrity, honest election? Because there are huge forgery committed in electronic elections. Dr. Barham is present. In 2018, there is a document, there has been a forgery by 17,000 votes for one candidate. We documented these issues and we have submitted to the Iraqi officials. In this form, participation in the election to force security staff to vote will take Iraq into chaos. After 4 years, Iraq will be 52 million in population. There is a huge potential that there will be a decline of oil prices while the population is rising. The people who are governing, whether in forgery or not, imagine and think about that country, where this country is heading. Recently, a journalist, foreign journals came to me and said, you are talking about different topics. Why PUK and KDP are voted for by the people? You are saying on document that there are smuggling in the borders. I said the politicians and the authorities are not forcing taxation on alcohol and cigarettes because they are taking for themselves. Barres.
Sorry, I appreciate all of the points that you're trying to make, but that wasn't really a specific question at this stage, but maybe we can come back to it. Really get the crux of some of these issues, but I do appreciate what you're trying to highlight. Lahib, I mean, we heard, Mr. Saleh just saying that this is going to be the most important election since 2003. Do you think it's that high stakes, or are we just looking at, more of the same?
Well, first of all, I really want to thank Kak Barham for setting up a very successful forum. I don't know where he is, and the whole AUIS team. Just adding one caveat that Arwa and I talked about, and which relates to the things that you want to discuss, which is the youth, that unfortunately are not represented here in sufficient numbers. But other than that, congrats. So on the elections, yes, it is always high stakes elections in Iraq. This one in particular is interesting because it comes at a time where Iraq has really succeeded in many ways at remaining stable in a very turbulent region. We're so far not seriously impacted by Trump's economic policies, although we've seen a decline in oil prices, which in this country we're always worried about. But Iraq has made some significant strides when you mentioned investments, etc. And I think even if you come to Kurdistan, if you go down to Baghdad, you will see that there is a lot of construction. There is a lot of positive indications for Iraq in contrast to what we've seen in the last 20 years. Yet, Arwa and Sid Zahra have already spoken about some of the challenges that remain in this country. And also, of course, Ustad Jamal, I think that Iraq, I agree with what was said before. Iraq still needs political reform. The system is not fit for such a big population, a demographic skew towards a very young generation that needs good leadership, that needs good education, that needs hope for the future. And I think we saw that very clearly with Tishreen. Tishreen was not an outside conspiracy. Tishreen was not whatever has been said about it. Tishreen was an expression of deep-seated grievances in this country for all communities, for all youth, whether it's in Kurdistan or in the central of Iraq or in the south. Yes, it was mainly Shia youth that took to the streets, but it is also a reflection of the economic reality in the south. The south, Basra, the richest province in this country. When I went down there for the first time in 2014, I was devastated to see what Basra looks like. Because I've been told, so I'm born in Iraq, but I grew up abroad. And I've been told stories about what Basra was. And you come and you realize the richness of this place and the extent of the devastation, the extent of the poor infrastructure. 2018, in my view, was a precursor to Tishreen. 100,000 people were poisoned by the poor water quality in Shatt al-Arab. They started protesting. The same year, there was an electricity crisis. What happened? The political establishment, the security forces cracked down hard. Youth were already killed in 2018. That was just the start of it. And then came 2019. And it didn't, I mean, if you look at how it started, yes, there were a lot of regional tensions, Iran, US, et cetera, but it was university graduates that took to the streets because they wouldn't get a job, right? That was how it started. And then you saw a range of communities, different classes, working class, upper class, whatever class that you want to name. There were young people in Anbar, in Mosul, that also protested, not in the same numbers. Tishreen was a moment for this entire country. And if the political class does not take to heart what the youth were trying to say, this country will not be on a good path. I think that the political establishment, to some degree, has taken on what happened there, not sufficiently. There is still not a serious recognition of the horrendous number of people that were killed, the 15 to 20,000 that were injured, the hundreds that have left the country and are still afraid to come back, in all sorts of fields. I mean, we have environmental activists, we have human rights activists, we have women rights activists, et cetera, et cetera. That is the future. And I'm sorry for most of the older generation that is sitting here. I know many of you, but I don't think that most of you provide the solution for this country. And I think you need to listen more to the younger generation. They don't have good education, but they are very smart. I've met many of them. And that is what makes me hopeful about this country. So the elections, I didn't answer your question. It's a high-stake election, of course. But I think it's also an election that is, I'm less concerned about this one than I was last time. And one of the reasons is that the last elections, of course, Muqtada Sadr tried to do something that hadn't really been done before. He tried to split from the old constellation of political power sharing to some degree. Iraq wasn't ready for that. The political establishment wasn't ready for that, I think. This type of cross-sectarian alliance that would actually form a government and then have a real opposition in parliament obviously failed. I think for democratic purposes that would have been excellent. Then came the showdown in the Green Zone between some of the other Shia factions, Hashid affiliated, and the Sadrists. Very concerning. But also something that came out of that was positive is that Iraq has some very interesting mechanisms to prevent violence. And I know it's difficult to fathom what I'm saying here, considering our history with sectarian war, Daesh, et cetera, et cetera. But it didn't go further than that, and that was positive. And I think this time around, there has been lessons learned from the last election and the consequences of that. Sorry, I know I spoke long.
It's okay, it's the trend. Mr. Qubba, how can Iraq's political culture evolve then to foster not just more accountability, but actually more genuine inclusion, especially of, again, we're kind of trying to speak for people that aren't represented here, but the country's youth.
أجدد شكري للاستضافة الأستاذ برهم اللي أظنه موجود وسروري أن ألتقي مجددا في هذا الملتقى.
So glad to meet you again. It's a good and nice opportunity to hear youth voices here, and it's a good opportunity for me to say frankly of especially what we are going to have it in the next few months. The list of problems that we have it here in Iraq is actually a ritual. And I think my generation tried so hard to build a political system and fought against the dictatorship regime, and is expected to have a gap in every struggle. But after 20 years, the list of execution actually it exists no more, because you have original root, because there's so many different problems and issues, deteriorating the issues in the country, because you have an agreement, a contract with the 40 or 45 million. So you have a country and you have a Kurdistan region, and in the part you have another part, we can name it an Arabian region. It's a structure things, and it is a huge mistake deteriorating any effort to fix problems and issues. For 2 years, I had a chance, an opportunity to conduct a general scan with my colleagues of professionals who write down a long list of the problem and issue, and the solution were clear, but you have an obstacle. That is the cost of the reform. You have a political cost, and you have an authority, a centralized authority built on a sectarian, and which lead to political stability, and this authority will not be ready to pay the political cost, because they are controlling the authorities and the power and relying on the nation revenue, and taking the revenue of the country for their own interest. And we mentioned that must be stopped, but they said how we run the political issue in our country. So that's why we have a real problem, a serious issue. And some will say, let the country to be stable, and blind, and do not talk about the stealing that's happening here and there. But I think there will be a huge deterioration will happen in Iraq, because you have a transformations, huge transformations that happening and will happen in world. Each year we have a 1 million newborn baby, and also more than 1 million students graduated from the universities. Literacy now is witnessing a huge increase. So how we will, or they will be able to understand the political, cultural. So I personally, I tried always to think positively, and I have to find a solution. There is no super leader, a superman who is able to find a solution for all different issues and problems. And there is no political party capable alone to find a solution for all issues and problems. They are sharing the feast between themselves and the money. You have a simple rate. You have a huge a big political party who won the elections. So political system facing a block end. They need to take lessons, but they are not, for right now, they are not able to give or present or deliver any solution for the problems and the issue we are facing. As we will be able to draw a roadmap to find an exit, to go out from this crisis and these political issues and problems that we are facing right now. And it's a crisis, and who not see this crisis, you need to have a heart, because there are millions of people who lack of education, health, and good environment, good roads, needs real job opportunities. So there is a huge and real gap between the government and the authority and the people. So I think, and I believe it's a lot. We need a platform in Iraq, so that the civil groups and organizations and so that the civil groups and organizations come together and to collect the assets to support any political transformation may happen in future in Iraq. شكرا جزيلا.
I'll try to condense our answers, please.
سنحاول أن نحصل على الإجابات.
You brought up a couple of very interesting points, and I want to focus on those that are kind of centering around how many are arguing, actually, that the current Iraqi political system is structurally rigged against newcomers, newer parties. But we are seeing some movement on that front, and Sheikh Al-Dari, Mr. Saleh, both of you are kind of leading movements that are outside of the traditional power structures. Sheikh Al-Dari, I want to start with you, because, and please keep it brief, how do you plan to compete in this system, given the way that it is currently established?
شكرا جزيلا. أعتقد هناك الآن فصل واضح بين الطبقة السياسية
clear separation between a political class and their speech and the speech of the Iraqi society. What we heard yesterday, and it was representing political classes, there is imposing incorrect concept, because the democracy is not only an election. I have participated in the election system since 2021, because I had an opposition view against this political system. When we met after 2021, we found a huge gap between political gap system and the true concept of a democracy, because the box of election is not only the only way for democracy. The election is a way to have a transformation, peaceful transformation of power. And those political parties actually do not think really about how they are going to run their campaign, electoral campaign. Our president in Baghdad, it looked like an umbrella for youth in Iraq who are having their own demand to have a nation, but their voice was not heard. They've been killed instead, and they faced arresting, killing, torturing. So that's why we didn't give up. We still tried so hard. And we hope to fix this political system, because the alternative and the insisting of the political system to run the ship like this actually is leading nowhere. We are going back. We are not going to forward. So if we go back a little bit to the past elections, especially in 2010, the election was still in 2014 there was ISIS, in 2018 the box of election were burnt out in Baghdad, and there was a risk to have a war between Shia and Shia groups. So that's why you have those political figures who still insist to lead and run the political system like this, to be continue in power and get their own gains and feast. So there was no true benefit of this political system. We should think about helping the Iraqi people to fix this affair.
Mr. Saleh,
نقطة جديرة بالاهتمام.
how do you plan
مثل
to
صالح،
compete?
كيف تنوي أن تنافس على الأحزاب والقوى السياسية الأخرى في الانتخابات؟
But competition is very difficult. But there is no fair opportunity for competition. The most important message we have for all the political parties, we must also be careful about the Commission for Election. It's not only a high electoral commission, it's like a company that is running the process of election. I would like very briefly to talk about the reality and show the big picture. These days, a foreign journalist come to me and he said that in 15 months, 130 million barrels of oil was sold. I said, yes. And he said, do you have evidence about what oil is being smuggled? Do they take taxes? The price of electricity has doubled 7 times. Yes, I said, these are the truths. He said, how do these two political parties always get the majority of the votes if there is so much corruption? They believe that only 40% of people go to election. We can never see a political party to have 100,000 public payroll on its list, to have 200,000 army men, and in the last election, the staff members of the private companies were even forced to go to election and vote for those political parties. Now we are in a very unfair competition. So there is unfair competition environment for competing. You must care about that the election. The Electoral Commission will not reduce your seats that you have ended in election from 10 seats to 4 seats. I hope that the Iraqi forces should care about the stability of Iraq. Otherwise, there is a dire consequences. So we must care about the transparency of the election, the fairness of the election, and not to rig the election. So otherwise, everything will get out of control. And also, yes, in this form, it's very difficult in this environment to compete with the dominant political parties. It's very difficult. Until now, we don't have an alternative for election. Yes, there is a protest, there is demonstration, there is civil society activism. The political parties have dominated and monopolized university, the judiciary. So each politician has 5,000 bodyguards, and people don't have enough roads. So we have the only source that we have to compete is to wait for a gradual reform.
Thank you so much for sharing all of that. Ms. Zahra, I'm going to get to you and your thoughts on this in a second. But first, Mr. Kuba, you've talked about this a lot. Is it time actually for full constitutional reform? Is it time to start over?
شكرا، هذا سؤال مهم. أنا أعتقد إذا أردنا إعادة وضع العراق بالتحديد مرة أخرى، أتحدث على العراق، خلينا نقول أقليم العراق، وضعه على سكة بناء دولة حديثة تقدم خدمات.
Plan to build a modern state. We should review 4 important main pillars. The first one is the relations with Kurdistan region. You have ambiguous relations and you need to clarify it. Frankly speaking, because actually the region is semi-independent and the rest of Iraq must reorganize in the region, because the state and the government and the rest of Iraq actually is not going to have a Shi'i region and a Sunni region. Is not possible. Maybe I am agree or disagree with others, because the religion has politicalized and which create so many negative things. The most important pillar is the relation with Kurdistan region. The second pillar is the state and the government should be open of the religion. We have a serious issues. You have people of the people was accepting for many reasons, cultural, social reasons, accepting to use religion as an ideology and as a policy and a political matter. It's a very important matter. The third pillar is Iraq, and let me name the Iraqi region, needs a strong state, a strong government, need to provide many services, but it's not possible with sectarian and political parties who are working as a shadow of the government. Our government is a shadow. So that's why we need a true and real government play its own role in a real way. So we need a smart work, politically speaking, to focus on the policies, not only a political component. So that's why Iraq is going to facing so many different stages. Part of it is not only about reforming the constitutions حرفيا أنا بسبب يعني
I just wanted to get your thoughts.
نعلم الكثير من الوقت
هل work outside of the current political system, or do you actually believe that the current political system is sustainable and is the way ahead for Iraq?
صراحة
And I just got a 1-minute notice, so
بشكل سريع جدا ما ارتحت كثيرا لكثرة الإحباط اللي سمعتها
comfortable and actually I am with this intervention and question, and I am feeling really bored because Iraq has faced so many crises. Some countries were not able to face it, but Iraq came out from this crisis and start on itself and conduct elections. So we are going to have a development full of hope, and you have a youth, and you have development that going on with our infrastructures, and you have the youth who have suffered a lot after 2003. Before 2003, you have so many youths who were killed, as Dr. Lace mentioned it before. With each experience, you have a negative and positivities. But with each elections, we see the failure is decreasing and the success are increasing. For the next election, which will be conducted this year, you have a crisis and so many conflicts and competition between so many political parties and people, and you have high elections commission announced its readiness to register the name of voters. There are so many positive points we have to see it. I'm actually find it very odd to focus on the negative point. The most important characteristics of youth is hope. If you don't have hope, how would you work? How will you be able to give them something? So if I said I am having no ability to work, to participate as a woman, it will be me. The reason to restrict myself, Hikmah will be participate with state force, and there was an agreement to participate separately to create. Thank you very much. يعني أشكرك وقدرك لكلماتك الطيبة.
Iraqis, it's not so much that they want to
العراق
focus on the bad, it's that
لا
if you just
نركز
sit
على
around
النقاط
patting yourself
السيئة
on the back for
والسلبية
what is good,
إذا لم
you're
تكن
not addressing what actually needs to be done. And the big concern is that for years right now, this country has regularly said, but we're better off than we could have been, and use that as an excuse to not actually move forward on other key and core issues. And again, this goes back to the issue of, the Constitution that in and of itself is, many will argue, entrenched in sectarianism and actually foments, a lot of the sort of political back and forthing that we see. And then obviously on top of all of this, we have outside players that have never once let Iraq, actually exist on its own to a certain degree. And so, Dahib, if you can just wrap us out of this, right now, what outside players are the ones that pose the biggest risk when it comes to stripping Iraqis of their agency?
You hear me? I think they've told us 1 minute for
the
last 10 minutes. So I won't be answering this question. What I'm going to say about the political system, the Constitution is not a problem in this country. The problem here with our system of muhasasa is 3 C's. It's corruption, it's collusion, and it's co-optation. Those are the issues. I agree with Kak Ali. The problem for new parties, he mentioned a lot of obstacles, but the main issue is that even if you try to become a part of this political system, you become co-opted in one way or another. And I think this is what certain opposition parties, new parties also realize. They're trying to strike a balance between taking the opportunities and the problems and the flaws of the system. And that is a very difficult balance to strike. And unfortunately, your question will have to be answered outside of the panel, I think.
Well, thank you all so much for joining us. And if I'm going to just try to say that I hope next year when we're sitting here, we're talking less about external powers and that we do see a more diverse stratus of Iraqi society represented, and that we're able to talk about solutions as opposed to constantly rehashing the problems. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, our panelists, for that very thorough discussion. Dear guests, please remain in your seats as the new session is going to begin shortly. Dear guests, please remain in your seats. Dear guests, please remain in your seats. Dear guests, our next panel will begin momentarily. Please remain in your seats. Dear guests, please be mindful that lunch will start at 1:30 and our roundtable discussions will start at 2:30. please remain in your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel will begin. Please remain to your seats. Everyone, please take your seats. Our panel will begin very shortly.
No, it's all English, yeah.
Dear guests, please remain seated. We're about to move to our next session. Please remain seated.
Okay, Lena. Okay, everybody, thank you for joining us for this one-on-one conversation with the President of the International Crisis Group, Comfort Arrow. Dr. Comfort Arrow and I are going to talk for a few minutes about what is driving conflicts globally and some of the causality as well as some of the mechanisms to deal with them. And I would just ask that everybody please take their seats so that we can begin this conversation. Those of you who are in the front row, it would be great if you could take your seats. Please take your seats so that we can begin this session and remain on time. Okay, once again, I'm going to kind of reintroduce the conversation for a second here. I'm joined by Dr. Comfort Arrow, the president of the International Crisis Group. Dr. Arrow is one of the leading thinkers in the world around drivers of conflict and the mechanisms to deal with them. And we're going to talk about some of these issues today. Dr. Arrow, welcome.
It's very hard to keep everybody quiet as well.
Yes, it is, but it will calm down eventually. So there's more, as was said yesterday in the first panel, there are more and more conflicts around the world. And these conflicts are proliferating in ways that, at least according to certain data, suggests is quite an amplification. At the same time, what was said yesterday is that there's a fragmented political order, a fragmented geopolitics, whatever sort of semantics you want to put to it. Are these two things related in some way?
Now, first, let me say thank you for inviting me to the forum, and also to publicly apologize for the last-minute inability for me to come last year. But I'm very glad to be here and to really listen and learn from the various conversations as well. Let me put one statistic in front of you that may help in our conversation. Crisis Group was founded 30 years ago, and I think the figure of last year, 2024, was the worst that we have seen in our 30-year history. 59 conflicts since the end of the Second World War. So when you stand back as an analyst, as a researcher, as a policy thinker, you're asking yourself, why have we seen this dramatic increase in figure? the two other significant years, one was the year in which the Rwandan genocide happened in 1994, and one that will be obviously significant to this region will be the Arab Spring period as well. Those were the only other two periods in our history, and certainly since the end of the Second World War, that we've seen such a dramatic rise in conflict. I think it does make intuitive sense, Mac, to answer your second question, to think that there's some kind of through line between major power rivalry or geopolitical tensions and increasing in conflicts as well. But I would say that there's no obvious linear sort of line. I don't think we should automatically make the assumption that big power rivalry, geopolitical turbulence equals more wars as well. It's partly why also Crisis Group spends a great deal of its time, its methodology is very much looking at the local dynamics of war, the root causes that are actually embedded in a country's rationale for going to war within itself. But there's also the regional implications as well. But let me look closely at the geopolitical, because I don't think we should dismiss it as well. Because the other dynamic that we've seen at play is that we are seeing a crisis of peacemaking, that it's become difficult to end certain conflicts because it's a more multipolar world. There are more actors piling into a conflict to resolve the conflict. There are more actors who have an interest in conflicts. And as a result of that, Mac, each side in a conflict, a good example is Sudan, each side is able to forum shop. So right now you're looking at the situation in Sudan. Would the conflict have been easier to end, quicker to end, if there weren't multiple external actors involved in that crisis as well? There is a school of thought that suggests it would have been easier to end the conflict if you weren't dealing with a multitude of actors outside. It's also true that the external actors, for example, involved in the Sudan conflict would not have access to the material resources that they have, the access to weapons, the ability to sell and trade gold in certain countries has enabled that war to fuel itself. So it's a mixture of all those things. I wouldn't take any of those things off the table, but if you're asking why we're seeing more wars rising, it's hard to ignore the major power politics, but the local is still important and the regional dynamics is still very much at the heart of the matter.
So you mentioned Sudan. Another case that comes to mind would be Yemen, and you have important Gulf actors that have been very much involved, and at the same time, and really, frankly, driving the conflict. Yep. And at the same time, we're at a moment where the Gulf is sort of positioning itself as a mediator. And so how do you square those two things?
Yeah, it's not the only, we're seeing a number of countries now who want to be state mediators. And what is actually interesting about this particular time, Qatar, state mediator, setting up its own mediation center, Saudi Arabia wanting to do the same thing, and the UAE doing the same thing. The difference between classic mediation, where there's a professional outfit of different actors who are engaged, is that those are non-state private institutions or UN envoys who are professionally designated to play an envoy's role to help solve those conflicts. You have countries now who are both have an interest in the war, who have a stake in the war, also seeking to mediate the war as well. I'm not criticizing that, because one of the things that I've always said is that the pathway to resolving a conflict requires you to also make sure that those who have a stake in the conflict, the region and individual countries are crucial, not only as problems but also as a route to solving those conflicts. So we have spent a great deal of our time suggesting that the table does require a diverse set of actors, and a lot of those actors are interested in the flow of the conflict as well. So we have often said, yes, the Gulf has to be at the table. We've been very clear about the dialogue that was essential between the Houthis and Saudi Arabia as well, in terms of resolving Yemen and the UAE as well. So if you're trying to find a way to end the peace, then you can't be naive to assume that you can leave them off the table as well. So including them, addressing their demands, understanding what are the stakes for them, I think is part and parcel of how you bring an end to a conflict as well.
reports over the years, and not just Crisis Group, a number of policy research entities in Europe and the States are quite committed to this sort of UN-led order and sort of these notions that a combination of regional bodies with UN support can mediate in a lot of these sorts of conflicts. Is that still a viable construct? Reading through the lines from things that you've written and said before, I would call you sort of a UN optimist to some degree. So tell us how to sort of unpack that, because of course in Iraq, you're an Iraq observer. You start as a UN pessimist because you think of the 90s, you think about the UN-led sanctions, and of course the UN has had some kind of mediating role in certain instances, but I don't necessarily come to the table as a default optimist.
Yeah, and well, I'm a default optimist because I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing as well, because I think it's important. Otherwise, there's no ability to find a pathway through. Let me also just clarify what you said. The UN is an intergovernmental body. It doesn't exist without its member states. And the Charter of the UN inscribed into it Chapter 8 that acknowledged the role of the region. And some of these regional bodies were already in creation before the UN as well. So the UN doesn't exist without its member states. And the UN itself recognized that its legitimacy depended on having the region on its side. So when I look at my experience, for example, in Sierra Leone and in Liberia, the success of the UN in Liberia and Sierra Leone, for example, was contingent on the West Africa region, was contingent on Nigeria and Ivory Coast and Senegal as well. The same is true for the Horn of Africa. The UN itself recognizes that politically, for it to navigate the choppy waters of the Horn of Africa, it needs to work with the region, the regional body, but also regional states. And there are significant major powers in all of these regions as well. And it's also, I think, a reality that the Security Council itself is highly dysfunctional. And oftentimes, you have to take the business of finding a solution to the crisis out of the chambers of the Security Council. It's become increasingly ineffective, caught up in its own turbulence. You've seen the loggerheads between the US and China, and between Russia and China play out. And so a lot of people do not look at the Security Council as the first port of call. And it's also increasingly marginalized itself. I mean, you mentioned Iraq. I would mention Myanmar, where the UN has been unable to sort of shift the dynamics there. I mentioned the Sahel as well, where one of the P5 countries was asked to vacate the region because it was not helping us to try to resolve the conflict in there. And as a result, the UN had to leave as well. So Iraq is a good example, but there's a litany of other examples. And we saw in the last 18 months in Africa alone, where a number of countries asked the UN to vacate the scene. And a lot of that was also partly because of certain member states and their own politics that wasn't helping to resolve the conflict as well.
And so if one set of tools is sort of multilateralism and the UN, and another is sort of, regional security architectures, regional collaboration, cooperation, I'm wondering how you think through some of the conflicts in the region in that regard. So if we take Gaza, and whenever we can use the term post-war Gaza, I hope soon, but it will probably always remain a misnomer in that context. ICG and many other groups in various ways have called or suggested that there should be a greater role for regional actors in kind of managing that. But it's quite unclear to me what that would look like, and it's frankly unclear to everyone. And so help us understand.
No, you're quite right. Look, the idea of a regional architecture is one I think is worth exploring, although how you get there in this region becomes, I think, quite difficult. There is a good example here that was instigated by this country, but also Oman, in terms of the rapprochement that was needed between Iran and Saudi Arabia, for example. There is a case to be made that because of the changing nature of geopolitics, because the United States, for example, is no longer a reliable partner in the view of some, because it can no longer play that supervisory role that it used to play, at the region itself. And there have been conversations by the region to try and work out how it manages itself. Quite frankly, as you say, I think let's get the first thing on the table, which is a ceasefire for Gaza, and getting that is going to be quite difficult, because at the same time you are seeing the deliberate attempt to evacuate, to push out the people of Gaza for the region. So what are we talking about when that is happening in the full view of all of us as well? How do you begin to build an architecture that does require trust among all the key players, that does require each side to be able to dialogue and cooperate, when you're seeing the deliberate pushing out of a people from their land? So I don't know how you begin to start building that architecture that I think is essential, that will be crucial to dealing with the mistrust, that will be crucial to building dialogue and cooperation between the peoples of the region. But quite frankly, I agree with you. It's not clear to me what that looks like as well.
So the last topic I want to sort of broach is close to my heart. Here at AUIS and at IRIS, we really are committed to locally grounded research and finding the most narrow policy pathway that might afford itself through really being engaged and understanding both the local, regional, subnational dynamics. And I feel like ICG and IRIS have a similar ethos in that sense. But I think there's a lot of questions about, if we are living in this sort of world of proliferating conflicts with fragmented geopolitics, multilateralism being uncertain, research fits into institutional pathways, into policy-making structures, and there are certain audiences that read things that IRIS would produce and that ICG would produce. With the audience perhaps changing and the structures changing, does research need to change as well?
Yeah. Look, Crisis Group wasn't born to be a research center or to be a think tank. In many ways, it's a do tank. In the end, the bottom line for us is to change policy, is to shift the needle, is to influence and engage decision makers, is to talk to all sides in the conflict, first you've got to get the analysis right. If the analysis is not right, then you can't then begin to determine and shape what the policy looks like as well. There is merit in laying out the facts, laying out the truth, laying out what the dynamics are, laying out and making sure everybody understands the roots of those conflicts. It's also important that you're able to show in that reporting that you have an understanding of each side of the dilemma. When you read a Crisis Group's report, I hope that you see that we have captured your own views, your own analysis, your own thought process as well. And then you come to the more nitty-gritty challenging part of policy, because I'm asking you to do something. I'm asking you to think differently. I'm asking you to compromise. In this world where disinformation, where truth is now set aside, where diplomacy is losing its currency, our job is harder. When there's a lot of disinformation, when there's a lot of fake news, when governments themselves are the architects of that disinformation, your work becomes challenging as well. Especially for research institutions, especially on analysts who believe on ground truth. Our work to verify, to fact check, and to make sure that the analysis that we're shaping is not undermined by the noise of other forces becomes challenging. But I would say to your organization, which does credible work, is never to give up as well. Even more so now, I think there's a reason to double down. In an age where a number of the key tools and the principles are being undermined, international law, international norms, where we're watching in front of our eyes the norm of conquest, the norm against conquest and aggression being undermined, when we're seeing the guardrails for peace and diplomacy being undermined, the work of organizations like yours who are independent and who base their work on facts on the ground becomes more crucial, because what is more important is to make sure that the first casualty of any conflict is truth, does not get hijacked. And that is what I think is important to the work that we do and the work that you do.
So one final follow-up on that is, are the advocacy pathways in order to do things, to make things happen, changing now?
Yes, they are. I mean, when I started at Crisis Group, when I first came to Crisis Group in 2001, I spent a great deal of my time knocking on the doors of Paris, London, and Washington. I spent a great deal of my time at the United Nations as well. Where do I spend most of my time? I'm here. I've come here twice now, partly because my analysts are on our team and our colleagues here who are in the room have made it a point to say, look, diplomacy in the region, talking to the actors in the region, if we are truthful about our own methodology, about talking to all sides and recognizing the multitude, the multiple of actors that are crucial to getting us to end in the conflict. It's no longer in Washington or London or Paris. For me, we talk a lot about middle powers, emerging powers. I've always understood, anyway, given my own background, that the region matters, and sometimes even more. And they have more legitimacy, oftentimes, than far distant countries who don't necessarily play the long game, whose investment is not the same, and where the pain is more felt. So I spent a great deal of my time in West Africa talking to West African leaders, because that was the essence. I spend a lot of my time talking to key leaders in this region and in the Horn and in Colombia and in Myanmar. This is what is important to making sure that you get a comprehensive approach to solving crises that we're seeing. And it's also just a matter of fact. Look at the dynamics on the ground and you begin to see who the key actors are that are going to be crucial to unlocking a crisis that we're seeing today, whether it's in Gaza that you mentioned, in Sudan, in the Sahel, in Colombia, for example.
Dr. Comfortero, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both for that insightful exchange. We now shift our focus to climate change and health challenges facing the region. Our next panel session is titled Climate Crisis, Conflict and Health, moderated by Thanasis Cambanis. Please welcome our panelists.
Hello, everyone. We're going to begin in 1 minute. Please go ahead and take your seats. Just to give everybody a bit of a sense of what the next few hours will look like, this is our last panel in this room. At 1:30, we will have lunch. And then at 2:30, we will have policy roundtables, which are in some breakout session rooms. During lunch, volunteers around 2:15 will start leading people to the policy roundtable rooms. They can be found online in your agendas. Please take your seats. Our final panel is on climate change, conflict, and health, and it's moderated by Thanasis Kambanis. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mac, for your warm welcome, and thank you to AUIS for hosting this fantastic forum and this, I hope, fantastic panel conversation. Today, we're talking about, in some ways, a grab bag of issues: climate, conflict, health, but in another way, seen another way, we're talking very much about the nuts and bolts of how to actually get at addressing the solutions to the poly-crisis that Iraq faces. I'm very mindful in conversations about climate change to really focus on human-caused or human-exacerbated conditions which have human solutions. Often climate discussions spiral very quickly into sort of global analyses that can leave us not only feeling helpless, but also removed from a solutions-based technical response to what is at heart, when we're talking about climate and its many adjacent crises, a technical political problem with political solutions. So I'm going to launch right into rounds of questions. So hopefully my speakers can limit themselves at each intervention to 2 or 3 minutes, so we can get a bunch of rounds and have a lively, iterative round of conversations. And I'm going to begin with Iraq's Environment Minister, His Excellency Halo Mustafa Al-Askari, who's we have the honor of having here to my left. Your Excellency, when we talk about climate and the climate crisis, we often have these very fuzzy terms. We have this vague understanding that climate drives conflict. We have this vague sense that climate is driving many of Iraq's very tangible environmental crises, from water shortages to pollution to agriculture and land use crises. So I want to ask you, we're at a moment of change in Iraq where the leaders of this country are, for I think the first time, really rhetorically embracing climate as a priority. We heard the Prime Minister twice at the forum name check climate change as a priority, and in his first months in office, this was not the case. So I want to ask you, now that the politicians are listing this as a priority, what do you identify as the top 2 action items in your seat as Environment Minister that you would like the government to address?
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I provide the answer, I would like, because I've been looking for Zainab Badawi, and apparently she disappeared from the hall. Yesterday, oh, hi, yeah, you are there. Yesterday, you introduced one of your guests, Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Saqar, and you asked about the name Saqar. Saqar means falcon. We knew it yesterday, but today you've got another falcon here. My name is Halo. Halo means falcon. It's a typical Kurdish name, but I assure you, very peaceful falcon. So, can I just express my gratitude to His Excellency Dr. Barham Saleh, my brother, my friend, and my former boss. 2010 to 12, we worked together. We had such big achievements
environmental, agricultural, water. So we had good time. Dr. Barham, I miss and I cheer those days. Thank you. I will switch to Arabic now. يوم أمس دولة رئيس الوزراء في حديثه وكلامه عن العراق.
I mentioned Iraq. Iraq nowadays is not the Iraq of past. Nowadays, Iraq is in a different position. Iraq in the past decade was isolated from international society, but now Iraq is playing a huge and important role in the region, an effective role, mediating between different countries to overcome the issues and conflict, and it means that Iraq is stable economically, agriculturally, socially, and also environmentally. The challenges that face in Iraq actually are huge, and Iraq considered one of those countries that suffer because of climate change, whether it was about increase in the heat, global warming, lack of drinking water, and decreasing of a biological advisory, and decreasing the green zone and green area, and increasing the desertifications. All these are factors that create a lot and huge issues, health issues, spread out more and different disease because of pollution of air, soil, and water. Last week, there was a storm soil, or storm dust. More than 100 persons were entered to hospital, suffer of breathing issues. So it's a problem. We have another problem. Immigration of people from rural area toward the cities. I remember we have a drought here. The villages in Germian displaced or immigrate toward Halabja and Sharazur because there was a pastor midways, and they had to immigrate in order to guarantee a feed for their cattle. The same issues exist in Diyala province. There was rains there, floods, which affect so many different areas. So that's why the people were forced to immigrate to and go to another area. So there was demographic change. What can Iraq do about this? Iraq, on state and government level, has national documents like participating and contributing on the national statute and local adaptation and national adaptation and climate change documents. And Iraq is a member of Alliance for Climate and Health with WHO, and also and on the climate change level, Iraq is contributing, participating in effective ways in 28 Dubai, COP in Azerbaijan, COP 2030 would be conducted in Brazil. I was in Berlin recently with more than 40 international ministries to approve international strategy to tackle the climate change and facing it in Berlin.
Are you going to wrap up just because?
هل ستنهي يعني مداخلتك؟ لذلك العراق now heading more than
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, Your Excellency. So turning to Dr. Abdul Karim Exayes, who's a senior research associate at King's College in London, and I believe also a medical doctor and an expert in Syria's health system. In general, in the climate work that I've done and am familiar with, Iraq is often presented as the avatar of the extreme climate emergency, the place that rolls into the cutting edge of the most virulent version of a crisis that is climate change, human-induced climate change, environmental degradation, pollution, land use, and water management policies. Now, as far as I know, all those same factors are present in equal intensity in Syria, along with a once-in-a-generation moment of political transformation and change. I'd like to ask you if you can talk a little bit about the healthcare challenges that this crisis presents and how you see the new regime in Damascus possibly being able to address those healthcare concerns given the degradation of Syria's healthcare infrastructure.
Sure, thank you.
In 3 to 4 minutes, if you
Okay, I'll try. Thank you, Thanasi, and thank you again for the American University in Sulaimania, for the Sulaimania Forum, Dr. Barham, Dr. Bilal, and Dr. Mack for the kind invitation. It's my first time in Sulaimania, but definitely it will not be the last. So 15 years ago, I was in Aleppo City being a neurosurgery trainee. But then soon, because of the conflict and the emergence of different health threats, I shifted my focus from fixing individuals' brain to fixing broken health systems. Because those challenges related to environmental challenges, but also coupled with the challenges imposed by the conflict itself, cannot be fixed without a system-thinking approach. So during the first few years of the conflict, Syria witnessed the emergence of various diseases like polio because of the drop in vaccination coverage, but also diseases related to water. His Excellency mentioned some of the diseases that are related to water, for example, cholera. So the emergence of cholera recently in 2022, the whole region witnessed a cholera outbreak with more than 700,000 cases across the Middle East and more than 400 deaths. And Syria was not an exception, but the problem that because of the collapsed health system in Syria, Syria was not able to respond to these crises. And if we need to think about what can be done now to respond to these challenges, we need to understand the health system. So before the conflict, the revolution in Syria, so the health system in Syria was extremely centralized. And this centralization was coupled with levels of corruptions and inequalities. And those inequalities were not considering the certain specific challenges in each region. I'll give one example before the conflict. So if you compare health system indicators, for example, in a governorate like Tartus, which is loyal to Assad, to a governorate like Raqqa, which was facing various challenges, including drought, for example. So one indicator, which is number of hospital beds per 10,000 population. So in Tartus, this indicator is 21. And in Raqqa, it was between 3 and 4. So it's about 7 times more in Tartus. So these inequalities, I think, contributed even to be one of the causes of the conflict itself. So now the current government, since the December 8th, I think they tended to have, again, a centralized approach so far. And the main reason was because of lack of trust within the different regions, but also lack of capacities and expertise, and also to fight corruptions. But I think they need to change this. They need to embrace the various expertise and innovations developed in each regions to respond to the certain challenges in each region. So the health system now in Northwest is very different from the health system in Northeast. But we need not to compare between those systems, but to embrace the differences, the innovations, trying to bring back this into one health system that has some centrality in relation to health planning and design, but have decentralized approach for implementation and innovations and priority settings locally.
Can I ask you, these fragmented, regionally developed health systems, do you see this some ways a useful example of local adaptation in which each of these systems has actually developed locally suited expertise to the nature of the crisis they face? Or is it more a question of balkanization and sort of just resources, local governance, and not something to positively draw from?
So I would say it's a mix of both. So if we look at the various governance systems in Syria now briefly, so people think that in Syria there were three areas of control: regime, Assad regime, oppositions, and the self-administration northeast of Syria. But I think if we look at the governance systems, we have at least more than seven different governance systems. In our study, we try to understand the health governance across the different areas of control. And we identified in the Assad regime areas, we had three governance systems. One that was run by the Damascus government, and another, which this one is characterized by centralization, inequalities, and corruption. But however, the infrastructure in these areas were quite maintained. And then we have Suwaida and Dar'a in the south. They have different systems. So in Suwaida, they developed quite locally driven but diaspora-supported system, especially focusing on community health workers, which I think we need to get the lessons from this experience. In Dar'a, we have different political landscape with the Al-Auda, for example, in control after the mediation by the Russians in 2018. And by the way, this group was dismantled only 3 days ago, coincidentally with the Shara visit to Abu Dhabi. And then in northwest of Syria, in the opposition areas, we have two different distinctive systems. In Idlib, under HTS, the local doctors, they developed a system that is bottom-up. They derive the legitimacy not from the political bodies, but from the general assembly composed of all health facilities, supported by the humanitarian response and the diaspora. And then you have the Turkish-backed groups in northern Aleppo, where the Ministry of Health of Turkey was operating at least 7 major hospitals in northern Syria, but the structure was mostly vertical with minimal inputs from the communities. And then we have northeast of Syria, where they were quite unique examples of decentralized governance that we need to learn from. But even in northeast, we have a different system that was run by Damascus government, because the self-administration were not able to solve the issue of accreditation. So those differences...
Are you wrapping up?
Yes. Those differences, we need to embrace the differences, because they were developed for a reason. Because the challenges in each area were different, so we need to embrace the lessons learned from each system to come up with a united national health system that respect the specificities of each region, but in the same time have a central health planning for the whole country.
Thank you, Doctor. Now turning to Dr. Erica Gaston, who's the head of the Conflict Prevention and Sustaining Peace Program at the United Nations University, which is a university without students, as far as I'm aware. We hear a lot about climate and conflict. There's this implicit claim that climate change is exacerbating conflict. His Excellency was talking about demographic change in a way that arguably, I think, connects to the climate crisis. And I want you, because I'm somewhat skeptical of this group. I'm not skeptical of the constituent parts of this crisis. I'm skeptical of how directly these things causally connect to each other. Can you unpack for us how the climate crisis or the climate emergency exacerbates or affects conflict, and in particular how that manifests in Iraq?
Yeah, thank you. So I work for a UN research institute, and I work on this issue at a global level. So we just did a recent study that looked at how 50 different countries, some of the climate security threats facing them, and also some of the responses. And what comes up the most often is thinking about climate security at 3 levels. So at a local level, what are the risks at a national level? What are the risks at a regional level? And what I think is really challenging for Iraq is it's in the crosshairs, sort of has flashpoints at all 3, in addition to having a very big looming sort of climate mitigation risk. So what do I mean by that? At the local level, as we all know, there's declining water resources, other pressures on natural resources, and environmental degradation. This is some of what the minister got to. This is already causing increased violence and tensions,
land disputes at a local level, mass displacement, other health effects. And that only gets worse the more that those pressures grow and the more you're not able to manage them. Another interesting issue for that in Iraq at a local level relates to armed groups. So there's been a lot of discussion in a lot of the other sessions about, does the instability or the turbulence in Syria increase the risk of Daesh coming back? Well, one of the things that we found globally is when you looked at why fighters join armed groups, a lot of it has to do with climate pressures and the way that affects livelihoods and resources as well. So the more that you get that situation worse in Iraq, the more also you get a risk potentially of recruitment and radicalization in different areas than maybe in the previous Daesh crisis. So that's what's happening at the bottom-up level. And then you've got regional tensions. We've already referenced this a couple of times in different sessions, the tensions between Iraq and Turkey, between Iraq and Iran, over dams and sort of upstream water resources. A lot of people say Iraq is in a bad neighborhood for overall conflict dynamics, but it's in a really bad neighborhood in terms of water conflict dynamics and the potential for that in the future. So add those two up, you've got pressures from the bottom up and from the top down that generate different security risks. That's hugely problematic on a national level. And then add the layer at the best way that you could manage any of these would be to have coordinated governance from Baghdad with the KRG, addressing water management top down, bottom up. And we've all highlighted some of the issues that Iraq faces on that. So those are the sort of like overall three levels, but then add to that, which is very different from what you get in a lot of other countries, you've also got this climate mitigation energy crisis. So, Iraq is going to run out of water before it runs out of oil, but it will also eventually run out of oil. And long before then, there's going to be mass changes in the hydrocarbon economy that might price out some of Iraq's current economic competitive advantage in terms of oil. And when that happens, when the bottom falls out on oil, you're talking about major economic instability in Iraq, both because of what it will do to the governance level, but also potential for outright violence. And so that's where Iraq is sort of sitting at a different level than a lot of these countries. It's not only got these immediate pressing climate adaptation challenges, but it also has this larger strategic threat to its economic interest. And just the last point on that, and then I'll stop. I think one of the challenges, too, is that a lot of other oil-producing countries, they already have their eye on this long-term picture. They're diversifying their economy. They're looking at how do we clean up the oil sector to make it more competitive. They're looking for that long-term. We're not already seeing that as much in Iraq.
Thank you, Erica. Now turning to Peter Schwartzstein, an environmental journalist at the Center for Climate and Security and the author of a fantastic and challenging book about the climate crisis. And Peter's done a lot of field work. From Peter, I heard years ago about some of the details of land use policy from the vantage point of individual farmers in Baghdad's Greenbelt. Can you dig in, Peter, a little bit to the specific ways in which this emergency manifests in Iraq? And if you can, as you tell us some of these sharpest examples, if you can connect it back to the central theme of this panel, which is human impact and health impact.
Absolutely. I'll try and sum up many years worth of research into
in 4 minutes.
Condense it into a very brief window. Again, delighted to be back at the forum after a few years away. So between about 2014 and 2017, I did many, many months of groundwork in different parts of Salahuddin, Kirkuk, Anbar, and Nineveh governorates, basically looking to kind of flesh out the idea that ISIS had profited tremendously from collapsing conditions in farming-dependent areas. And what I found over the course of that period very much sort of bore out that hypothesis. Like the sort of villages that were most water-deprived yielded, on average, 2 or 3 times more fighters than those that had supplementary sources of irrigation, i.e. Communities that were dependent, or almost entirely dependent, on rains and rains alone, produced many, many more fighters than those that had supplementary sources of irrigation, like access to deep bore wells, like access to irrigation canals branching off the Tigris and Euphrates. Now, I'm not, of course, for one moment suggesting that this sort of jihadi group was a kind of water and agricultural-born beast alone. What I am suggesting is that without these phenomena, it never would have been able to sort of grow into the sort of massive force that it at one point fielded. Equally, I did a lot of work in different parts of the marshes, looking at how key parts of the anti-ISIS coalition, notably a number of the PMF groups, had themselves benefited from similar-ish phenomena. So in the marshes, where, of course,
almost every profession is in some way connected to the quality and quantity of the water, buffalo breeding, rice cultivation, fishing, the communities that had less regular water access produced on average 70 or 80% more fighters for some of the less well-known, more fringe PMF groups which had struggled to recruit in kind of more conventional ways. Now, when we look, and just a kind of a series of points to try and bear out how acutely vulnerable Iraq is to kind of climate-related instability, climate change often applies pressure to a lot of society's existing weaknesses, its existing fissures. And for this country, that's terribly bad news because there's an awful lot of weaknesses for these climate stresses to exploit. We have corruption, of course, a theme that has, for very good reason, come up time and time again. Three C's, indeed. A theme that's come up time and time again this week. I found that some of the communities that produced some of the largest numbers of ISIS fighters were those that were particularly exposed to corruption-centric bits of infrastructure like checkpoints. And that's because in these farming villages where incomes were dropping in line with the poor quality rainfall, the very fact that they were losing titanic quantities of whatever meager money they were making to these sort of greedy, bribe-seeking checkpoints was in many instances a kind of a grievance or resentment too far. Equally, to turn to inequality for a moment, I found that some of the absolute highest rates of ISIS recruitment were in the villages on the western periphery of Mosul. And to me, that was a really striking finding because those villages were by no means the poorest of the poor. Many of them had refrigerators and AC units and things that their more kind of geographically isolated peers could only dream of. But what they did have was a proximity to the city of Mosul, and hence a growing awareness of the ever-expanding gap between their own fortunes, which were dependent on farming and which were falling again in line with the intensifying drought, and the fortunes of those of the people in the city, which were by and large much less exposed. So just an absolute final point, to kind of look at the kind of global literature, we find that there are 3 points that make countries or communities or places particularly vulnerable to climate-related instability. It's having a large percentage of your population engaged in agriculture, on that count, tick. It's having a history of recent or ongoing conflict, again, tick. And it's having an exclusive political system which citizens, to go back to the human impact for a moment, that citizens feel doesn't necessarily kind of represent their interests and their causes. And again, I think most Iraqis would say that's true of them. So this is an issue that the state ignores or downplays to its peril.
Your Excellency, did you want to respond to that before I ask you my next question? You looked like you had something you wanted to say.
To be honest, sorry, speaking Arabic. أعتقد العراق مثل ما ذكرت هي متأثر بالتغيرات المناخية بس
Don't expect that the ministry has the magic wand that will change between, a night and day. We can change everything. We've had a lot of, difficult times and challenges and conflicts. Thank God that what we have seen today, that Iraq is on a different level, and the Prime Minister's office, and especially the Council of Ministers and Parliament and different ministries, they have mutual coordination and cooperation in this regard. And we've had the initiative from the Prime Minister to have a separate ministries for Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Health, that on its own, to segregate them because they used to be one, and also to establish the carbon company. This has been also another achievement, and also facing the challenge of water scarcity and management of water resources. This has also been managed and led by the Prime Minister himself, and these are the steps and initiatives that we've taken into facing water scarcity in the region. But to be quite honest, I tell you that maybe these are not final solutions, but we're on the right path. لنتكلم عن كيفية التعاون والتنسيق فيما بينكم، وتكلمت عن بعض الإنجازات هنا وهذه هؤلاء الأطراف المعنية على وزير البيئة والأطراف المشاركة المعنية الأخرى إلى أي درجة لديهم قوة والسلطة، وثانيا إلى أي مدى لديكم سلطة. وكل هذه الكوارث التي ذكرتها تحتاج إلى من 3 إلى 8 وزارات مختلفة. Yesterday I was asked this question. Someone asked me this question, and I was the head of improving and protecting the environment from 2022 in Kurdistan region, and now I'm a minister in the federal government. They said, "Is the work difficult in federal government?" I'm a minister in the ministry, and I have full authority in the ministry, and I go back to the Prime Minister's office and the Parliament for any resolution and any decision making. We have authority. Yes, we are on the right path. As I said, we have some initiatives, but there is a lot of opportunity to develop. Yes, we do have mutual work and coordination between ministries. Yes, when I had the responsibility or instated in this ministry, all of our duties and responsibilities are already, defined, and the Prime Minister, they had instructions for some ministries like MOI, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Environment, and Commission of Investment, and so on. And they all work together as one entity, Ministry of Environment as a supervisory ministry. And most of the people or entities, the person who is sitting here, which I mentioned yesterday, they said that they have a organization works on agriculture and environment, which is disposing of waste management. So we have ministry, and the Ministry of Environment, their role is to monitor and supervise, and not an executive role. So yes, we have a higher unit of ministries that are Ministry of Agriculture, Health and Environment. And also on the aspect of the revenue of water of Iraq is less than what it used to be. And also the policies from the neighboring countries in reducing the percentages of Iraq, and also the water revenue to Iraq. And this was mutual work between the ministries to negotiate on behalf of the Iraqi government with the neighboring countries. Yes, I'm excited to see that environment has another direction apart, despite what was happened before and in the past. Yes, we need more work and more efforts in this regard. Let's go back to 1970s. After the Industrial Revolution, especially for the developed countries, they started to give more attention to environment. But in the Middle East, until now, the concept of environment, we don't understand it. We don't have enough awareness about it. And it's not at the same level, not even at the parliament, not at any other ministry. So we need to work more on this. حسنا، سوف أنحرف عن النصوص التي شاركت بها معكم. دكتور عبد الكريم.
Looking more specifically about the health systems experience, but the question is about state building, what have you learned from this experience about how to either avoid mistakes that delay state building or to build on positive examples that are helpful for state building?
Sure. So as we know, Iraq has been going through, the health system of Iraq has been going through many challenges over the last 15, 20 years. So, but there are lessons to be learned. So I think, for example, the federal system that was developed after the 2005 constitution in Iraq, I think it is something to learn from. So identifying health as right for all people in the constitution of 2005, and then recognizing the region of Kurdistan as an autonomous region, I think paved the way for more clarity in terms of identifying the roles and responsibilities between the center and the regional levels, which I think is really important. So centrally, you have the health planning, the design of the overall health agenda, and then locally and regionally, you have the implementation and responsiveness. I think there were some successes. One of them, I think, is the COVID response, I would say. So the surveillance system that was developed regionally in Kurdistan, Iraq, was one of the very good surveillance systems in the region. And this was complementing the surveillance system of Baghdad. So this kind of complementarity between regional and central level was something to learn from. And also there are certain exercises that, although they were late, for example, the National Health Agenda in Iraq was developed in 2014, about like 10 years after the 2003 war. But because of considering the challenges, I think the National Health Agenda as a post-conflict National Health Agenda, it is something to learn from. The various exercises, the National Health Accounts developed in 2006, the Essential Health Service Package as well in 2007. So all of these exercises developed by the federal Iraqi health system, I think it is something to learn from. And I think it is more about understanding the specificities of each region. I think if anything we need to do now in Syria is really to use maybe or to start with the technical health discussions to pave the way for more local community dialogue. Because I think starting with technical discussion is a safer kind of place to initiate the discussions. And we tried this actually at King's College London with other partners. Over the last 5 years, we've been hosting an annual conference called Health Research in the Syrian Conflict, where we try to invite researchers and practitioners from Damascus, Latakia, Idlib, and Hasaka. And initiating technical discussions between those people, I think, was something much easier than initiating like political discussions. So I think this also one thing to learn from the experience of Iraq, and also to initiate these technical discussions.
There's a claim I hear a lot, and I mean I hear this in diplomatic initiatives, for example, around Gaza and Israel or other regional places where experts argue, and again, I'm not completely convinced, but I think it's a good idea. They say in contexts where there's deep division or profoundly dislocated communities affected by violence, you can persuade people to work together and collaborate on a community level around shared interests that transcend identity, like health or like combating pollution.
I think I believe this argument. Looking at even starting from the Balkan War in the 90s, the WHO had an initiative called Health as a Bridge of Peace at that time. And also we had various initiatives under the triple nexus, the health, the humanitarian development, and peace building. So if I would respond to a humanitarian need, I need to think about, for example, a cholera outbreak. I need to think about the development element, how to strengthen the local systems, but in the same time, I need to think about the peace-building element, how to bring people together, how to discuss together. And as I mentioned, we were able to have on the same table the health director of Idlib during the Syrian conflict with the head of the Department of Health in Kamishlu to discuss shared interest. And in some occasions, those discussions resulted in shared projects that benefit communities in both areas. So I do believe in this argument, but the caveat here is not to politicize health, because health and other services should not be politicized, but maybe investing the opportunity to initiate community dialogue is something different.
Right, and the counter thought to that is it's ridiculous resources, power, services, and their allocation are inherently political. So, I mean, I think when we say don't politicize healthcare, we mean minimize the amount of distortion and harm caused by selfish politics, but it is political, right?
It is, but it is about the way how we talk about it. You know, in philosophies, in the social constructivism, they talk about speech, the speech act, right? The way we talk about something, we either politicize, securitize, or not this thing. So I think as we are, as long as we are mindful about this speech act, I think implementing those initiatives is different from describing them politically or to be used, in different contexts.
So, Erica, Dr. Erica, Doctora, what resources are available for Iraq, Syria, similarly situated states from the international community, from the UN, from other like funding or COP mechanisms, and I mean money, or if there are political frameworks that they can draw on to address crisis?
Yeah. I mean, if I might, I'll just two-finger actually on that last question as well, because I think it's tied to the international funding. So I think
is this our first two-finger of the forum?
There is that same, it's supposed to be a conversation. So yeah, so there is that same, I think, sort of common ground with environmental peace building, with sort of infrastructure related to water, to agriculture, and things like that there can be to health. And that's both because local communities, I mean, for them, this is often the most pressing issue. So I've worked in a lot of conflict-related peace building projects. You go into communities, you want to, whatever it is, transitional justice, other post-conflict goals, all of which are important. And communities will say, well, what we're really worried about is irrigation. We're worried about our water table. And so when you come in and you offer concrete resources that help them get at the problems that are facing them, it can also be that kind of common bridge between, what otherwise might be political differences. So I think it's also important to think about in that sort of common shared goals. But then to your question about international funding, I mean, this is particularly interesting for Iraq, I think, because it is not in a great spot for this. So when you look overall, like Iraq does receive some funding from vertical climate funds. There are different international projects, UN projects here related to climate security. But when you look at the overall landscape, it kind of sits between the criteria on a couple major pools. So overall, there's less funding for conflict-affected and fragile states, which as of the 2025 World Bank Index, Iraq is still classified as. So just to give you an example, for non-fragile states, the average per capita amount of climate funding is $161 per person. For fragile states, it's $8 per person, and $2 per person for extremely fragile.
And
so
where is Iraq ranked? Is Iraq a fragile state?
Is still a conflict and fragile state. So yeah, so it's, and why is that? I mean, donors are risk averse. When you think about climate change, it affects all of the different countries. So there's lots of places where you could invest in climate adaptation that don't have risks of conflict relapse, attacks on infrastructure, or corruption, or just slow processes that might be associated with recovery from conflict. So it's not a bias. This is where the greatest vulnerabilities are, but it is a fact that it puts it in a not great position. Now, the other side of it is there are a lot of funds that are specifically for kind of climate and peace funds for conflict-affected ones, but a lot of those are specifically aimed for least developing countries. And Iraq sort of has too big a GDP. It classes out of that set of funding too. So it doesn't mean that international help is not forthcoming, but it does mean that some of the biggest international sources we would look at to respond to some of the climate security challenges I talked about are more limited in Iraq's case.
And let me ask, you mentioned adaptation earlier, and we haven't yet touched on this, but Iraq is a major hydrocarbon producer and I mean exporter of hydrocarbons and burner of carbon. And it's a rich country, right? It's a country that needs help, but it's also a country that has money, and so there's this sort of perpetual trap of how do you help a country that seems like it maybe has the resources to help itself. So how do you think about this sort of hydrocarbon piece of Iraq's situation here?
Yeah, I mean, I think the hydrocarbon and the hydrocarbon governance is a major part of this. I was
chatting with some of the colleagues who were sitting on the energy panels yesterday, where I think this is the intersection. And they were telling me, which I didn't know before, that even though Iraq isn't the biggest emitter, it emits, say, 0.5% globally of emissions. That's about what it should be for its population if you just take it on percentages. But when you look at things like the flaring problem and the emissions that result of methane, so methane is sort of a super cooker. It speeds up climate problems much faster than other emissions. On that respect, Iraq's industry is really not great. It's sort of second only to Russia in terms of being the dirtiest emitter in terms of those flares, at least in the last few years. And I was looking this up after this conversation, and apparently that's been on a downward trajectory. So apparently those gas emissions flares have been getting worse by the tune of 40% increases over the last 10 years. So that is a major problem. I will
Even
say,
while there's been endless conversations about capturing the gas flares.
Capturing the gas flares. I do think it was notable that the Prime Minister highlighted this in the opening address and made the goal to be towards net zero emissions. I mean, I would love it if that signaled a sort of flex point, a decision to say, actually, we do need to address this. We need to work a little bit on the dirty hydrocarbon problem. And that would be great if, like, 2025 was the year of departure. I think the challenge, and this goes back to all of the governance issues we've been talking about for the last 2 days, is that so many of the linkages to these hydrocarbon problems are baked into the political structures, which still haven't been totally rooted out.
Peter, let's talk about environmental peace building, which I know you've documented some successful cases of. Is this a plausible vector for conflict resolution or healing communities? And can you point to maybe a success story that illustrates how this can work?
Yes, I mean, we've been talking thus far about the ways in which climate and environment can contribute to violence and instability, but there is another side of the coin. And just to sort of very briefly define the term for those of you that are not familiar with it, environmental peace building basically looks at the ways in which shared environmental problems can be harnessed to build trust, harnessed as entry points for kind of hostile or warring communities to build a kind of momentum for action to sort of calm relations across the board. And it's a practice that in an Iraqi context holds tremendous promise. This is a country that's got, as we've discussed, a pretty terrifying array of climate and environmental troubles. And it's a country that, as we've also discussed, faces kind of past and present conflict of various orders. And I mean, there have been a number of occasions sort of working across the country where I've come across really interesting instances of kind of communities coming together, communities that really have all sorts of problems between them, and using shared water, shared pollution troubles as a kind of as a bridge to kind of building trust. So, for example, in one instance, I was working around Gayara, just south of Mosul, where, as many of you undoubtedly remember, ISIS blew up a bunch of oil wells as they retreated into Mosul city in 2016. And kind of following the territorial defeat of ISIS, these communities were left with a horrific mess, like kind of coats of crude oil kind of coating their fields, turning their kind of white sheep black. And even though many of these communities had problems stemming from their kind of differing attitudes, to put it euphemistically, towards ISIS's emergence, they were able to kind of at least temporarily put aside those troubles in order to kind of work for the revival of their all-important agricultural lands. And on returning to some of those areas years later, I was told that, like, many of the kind of problems which had previously led to degrees of bloodletting and kind of fights in marketplaces were now mostly sort of hashed out in a kind of peaceful manner. So whether you kind of choose to use these kind of jargonese labels, kind of environmental peace building or not, there are just so many kind of ways and different parts of the country in which this sort of who's who, this sort of A to Z of troubles can lead to significantly more optimistic outcomes than we've seen to date.
So in the 10 minutes we have left, I want to focus on water as an illustration of the problem and the solution. And, you know, as many of the panelists have said in different ways, all these climate and climate-adjacent threats don't intersect. They certainly don't care about the ministerial organizational chart of the jurisdictions in which they are ravishing people's lives. Water for Iraq is, I think, a really stark illustration of this like nefarious problem that has human elements, natural elements, things beyond our control, things very much in our control, and lots of ways to pass the buck, right? You can, if you don't want to talk about militias that are drilling fish ponds outside of Najaf, you can get mad about Turkey filling up its dams, and both are drivers of the problem. So starting, and I think if we can each do like 90 seconds to 2 minutes as we do this as a sort of lightning closing round. In any case, we'll wrap up on time because I know how important that is to the forum. Starting with you, Your Excellency, what do you see as your ministry's central priority in addressing the water crisis for Iraq?
Hello. أعتقد أن ليس من العدل أنه تعطيني 9 ثواني لإجابة سؤال بهذا الحجم وبهذا بالمنطق. أنا بس أريد أذكر فد شيء واحد. أنا دكتور صلاح الحاج من منظمة الفاو.
I can't hear the translation, which is I guess okay, but I'd rather be able to hear it if the translator. No, that's fine. The translator can just get to the microphone. It's good.
Sure. ذكر الدكتور صلاح الحاج من منظمة الفاو، واحنا بارتنرشيب في مشروع كمثال على الماء how Iraq is يعني facing the التغيرات المناخية والحلول اللي موجودة. نحن مع الفاو.
With FAO, we signed a contract to conduct a huge project and funded only for 2 reasons. Agricultural Ministry will be the most beneficiary to create a new way for irrigations in Musanna, Samawa, Karbala, and Najaf, and also water. The Ministry of Water Resources to manage the water and the quality of water. So it is an example, an incentive for us, for you to see how we are working so hard with other organizations to get funding our project to solve our environmental and climate issues and increasing monitoring the public and private sector. And especially we are noticing that the level of water of Tigris facing high rate pollution, especially with sometimes the water of Tigris used as a dump area, throwing some medicine left us. I just only 1 second, please. If I supposed to meet United Nations Agency and JICA, Koita, GIZ. I supposed to meet them in Sulaimani to discuss Tanjaro River because it's not so polluted for so many reasons. I don't want to mention it, but why Sulaimani except other area and other different provinces? As you mentioned, Sulaimani faced cholera disease. Each year it happens, and cholera emerges, especially in Sulaimani area, because we have a wastewater. لأن الملوثات تصب في نهر تنجرو. لدي سؤال يعني تعقيب على هذا السؤال. هل وزارتك تقوم بتقييم مستويات التلوث في مياه الأنهار بسبب التأثيرات الصحية الموجودة؟ Is the minister able to take these measures? No. To be working sufficiently, but we are trying through our human skills and the technologies that we have to use it, and the legislations that we follow. We have our special teams go out to check the docks, creeks, rivers, and all different provinces, and we have coordination with our partners in Kurdistan region.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
شكرا جزيلا سيادة الوزير الدكتور عبد الكريم.
Water. I know you talked about
المياه.
health systems, but I'm sure there's some overlap. How does the water shortage in Syria affect health outcomes? And also, do you see either any hope or any reasons for extra worry in the fragmented governance you mentioned? How does that affect Syria's ability to manage its water crisis regionally and
So as we are talking about human security as the core element, right? And when it comes to water security, food market, conflict itself, because we are centering our discussion on human security, I think all of us contribute, all of these factors contribute to the same impact on human security. So that's why the response should be multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary. And I think, and I would like to end with these kind of two recommendations, not only for Syria, but for the countries in the region and also regionally and internationally. So the first one, we should consider having national health security agenda. And having the national security agenda responding to the One Health approach, which consider human and health, animal health, and environment.
That's the One Health.
The One Health agenda.
I think pioneered here at AUIS by Mac and some of his colleagues, right, or at least advanced.
I think in our region there should be more focus on the One Health approach and on developing national health security agenda. Some countries like the UK, they benefited from the experience of the COVID, and they established a dedicated national agency for health security. The UK in 2021, they established the National Health Security Agency in response to the COVID-19. And in the US, they established the Health Security Agenda in 2014 under the Obama plan. So our countries, they need to consider having their own national health security, which should be part of the national security of these countries. And the second recommendation is to increase regional and international collaborations. And those collaborations, they respond to these threats. They do not respect borders. And we've seen in the COVID and in the cholera, they affect the countries without respecting the borders. So we need to encourage collaborations between universities, policy institutions, think tanks, and governments to respond to these threats collaboratively.
Erica, do you need more of a prompt than just water?
No, because it can already tag off of what the minister shared. So we were looking at a study that was looking globally at climate responses, and actually I think this example that you mentioned with the minister's collaboration with FAO and some of the others came up. There was a study in Iraq that was looking at vulnerability and flashpoints, and the critical factor was not just whether the water table was low or whether there was drought, but in communities where there was another exacerbating factor. So maybe there was tribal conflict, there was a local governance issue. It was those two things layered. And so actually, according to the study, some of the Iraqi ministers heard about this and put it into action, not only with partnerships like those with FAO, but also restarting a series of water consultations and dialogues that had long been planned to try and reach out and address some of these governance issues. So I think, water management is a local governance, and that's the first step.
Peter, you've also talked about, I think, and written about water wars. I actually want to ask you to do two things in your few minutes. One is to talk about how you see this sort of riparian sort of dilemma of Iraq fueling conflict. I also want you to talk about the domestic threats to water security, mainly from the agriculture sector in Iraq.
So I think I'm the last thing standing between you and lunch, which is a pretty unenviable position. But I'll try and wrap up some pretty comprehensive or pretty intimidatingly large questions as swiftly as I can. I mean, as many of you might know, there's been a long, often very sensationalist narrative about kind of so-called water wars. I mean, from the 90s onwards, there was the line that was quite frequently trotted out that when kind of the sort of past or present wars in this region were supposedly fought over oil, but that future ones would supposedly be fought over water. And certainly at a national level or regional level, that kind of set of fears, both in this region and globally, has not been borne of state-on-state, vicious, kind of Mad Max-style fights over water have mercifully not turned yet into a fixture of our international scene. But to riff off kind of Erica's kind of multi-tiered approach from earlier, at a kind of more local level, it's a much less pleasant, much less happy take. So between, as we know, between Baghdad and the KRG, water remains a bone of contention and one that will likely become a significantly bigger one if the KRG pushes on with its ambitious dam construction programs. If you look at the lines of advance that federal Iraqi forces pursued as they seized a bunch of the disputed areas in 2017, it's absolutely not a coincidence that the Dibis barrage and the Mosul Dam and a number of other key bits of water infrastructure were among the very first places they went for. And I mean, equally at a kind of governorate to governorate, village to village level, water-related conflict remains kind of a fixture at basically every level of Iraqi society, and one that threatens to only grow. But to very finally wrap up on the domestic threats to Iraq's water security, we all know about climate change, massive issue. We know about Turkish and Iranian dam construction, a big issue and one that only threatens to grow. But if we look at kind of neglected or kind of unfit for purpose water infrastructure, if we look at agricultural policies that are not fit for purpose, if we look at water pollution, which is sort of soiling much of the water that Iraq does have in ways that ensures that that's not usable, ultimately there's an awful lot that can be done within Iraq's borders.
Thank you, Peter. And just to make sure the record's clear, because I got a message, if anyone had the impression that a panelist said that there had been armed conflict between Iraq and Turkey over water, I don't think that's what anyone meant or even said, but just to clarify that that is not a position held on this panel. Mr. Minister, I'm afraid we have to turn it back over to our hosts. This panel has been exemplary, and you, sir, have been exemplary as being a senior government official who was willing to subscribe to time limits, and I hope your colleagues in the cabinet take inspiration from your example. Dr. Bilal, thanks for hosting us, and over to you.
I just got here, so Peter won't be the man standing between you and lunch. They say for something to work so beautifully and nicely, it takes a village. It really applies in our case. It does take a village. And if I start to list the people that I need to thank, or the friends and colleagues that I need to thank, then lunch will be about 2 hours later. So let me be very brief. On behalf of the American University, on behalf of the Institute of Regional and International Studies, and on behalf of our chairman and the founder of the university, Dr. Barham Saleh, I am here to thank you all very much for making Sulaimani Forum what it is, for making the 9th Sulaimani Forum our best forum ever. Please come back, because we plan our 10th to be even better than this one, thanks to your presence and thanks to your contributions. Some special thanks to our speakers and guests. People come to listen to you, to engage with you, those who are coming from the country, but also from lands far, far away. Many thanks to Iris, the team that organized this conference. Our media sponsors, Bradosti team, you guys have been amazing. Kaisaran, special thanks to you and your team. But of course, all the media sponsors that have amplified the message that has happened here. Logistics run very smoothly because there is an army that works behind the scenes. So I want to thank that hidden army of our colleagues in the logistics department. Security for an event like this can be very, very tricky. So that's another army that's maybe not as hidden, but they do provide security so we can feel safe and secure.